Chapter 2064. First, it was the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Pill and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Pill. Now, it was the meeting with the Deputy Pavilion Master. Why was this woman so talkative? Qin Feiyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said, "Pardon me for asking, but are you from the 9 Heavens Palace or the Treasure Pavilion?" Sheng Guanqiu's expression froze. "Although you and the Temple Master are sisters, shouldn't you take a stand? I'm curious. If the Deputy Pavilion Master knows that you gave the information to the people of the 9 Heavens Palace, how will he react?" Qin Feiyang said again. He really didn't want to give this woman any more face. When Sheng Guanqiu heard this, he could not help but look a little flustered. Sheng Guanfenglan frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with my sister." "Nothing to do with her? Then, Temple Master, you are so resourceful. You even know that I have a relationship with the Deputy Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang sneered. "You don't need to know how I know. I won't ask about your business. Anyway, don't drag this into my sister's business." Sheng Guanfenglan said lightly. "What business can I have?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Do I have to explain it to you? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Who are you and Mu Tianyang? What's your background?" Up until now, all of these things have remained a mystery. Sheng Guanfenglan said. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the Temple Master of the 9 Heavens Palace would secretly investigate the identities of 2 disciples." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Mu, it's our honor to have the Temple Master put in so much effort." "Enough. Stop singing the same tune. It's not me who wants to investigate you. It's the First Elder," Sheng Guanfenglan said impatiently. Qin Feiyang said, "So, it's the First Elder's idea to ask about my relationship with the Deputy Pavilion Master?" Sheng Guanfenglan nodded. "Then I don't understand. Although I am a disciple of 9 Heavens Palace, I still have my freedom. Does it have anything to do with the Great Elder?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Sheng Guanfenglan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she said, "Be careful of what you say. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know that the First Elder has a grudge with the Vice Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanfenglan's pupils contracted. Could it be that this kid knew about that incident back then? "Brother Jiang, what happened?" Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. "A long time ago, the First Elder's son entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea to steal a rank 9 soul line, but he was seriously injured by the Vice Pavilion Master. Later, on the way back to 9 Heaven Palace, he was attacked by sea beasts and unfortunately lost his life. And because of this, the Great Elder has always held a grudge against the Vice Pavilion Master. Furthermore, he even crippled one of the Vice Pavilion Master's legs. So when the Great Elder knew that I had a grudge with the Vice Pavilion Master, he couldn't help but be a little angry." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "There's such a thing?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. Sheng Guanfenglan glanced at Mu Tianyang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "How did you know? Although this matter has been in the past for a long time, it was not a secret back then. As long as you have the heart, it's not difficult to find out." Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanfenglan said angrily, "You were also investigating us behind our backs?" "You are all big shots, and I can't afford to offend you, so I can only investigate your background to cater to you. Lest I get killed one day and I don't even know why," Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanfenglan stared at Qin Feiyang with a bone-piercing chill in her eyes. Although she had been in contact with Qin Feiyang in the past, they didn't talk much, so she didn't feel anything. But this time, after talking slowly, she found that this boy had far exceeded her expectations. He was even somewhat out of control. This reminded her of what the Great Elder had said back then, that a person who couldn't be controlled should be immediately obliterated. But at the same time, after this conversation, she became more and more curious about Qin Feiyang. It was as if there was a kind of magic that attracted her to the mysterious aura that he exuded. According to the Great Elder, she could take action now. But in her heart, she was a little hesitant. To be exact, she couldn't bear to do it and wanted to see the follow-up development. Phew. A moment later, Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Again, it's not necessarily a good thing to be too smart." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Temple Master. I will keep it in mind." Shangguan Fenglan glanced at him indifferently, then lowered her head in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Shangguan Qiu, saying, "Let's talk about our cooperation." "That's what I was thinking." Shangguan Qiu nodded. In fact, this was one of the reasons why she asked Qin Feiyang out this time. After all, the cooperation with Qin Feiyang was the Deputy Pavilion Master's order, so it had to be handled as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said, "How did you and Brother Mu cooperate before?" 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Elixir, Divine Crystals. 9 Turn Dragon Blood Elixir, Soul Stones. Shangguan Qiu said. "Just as I expected." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "How much do you pay Brother Mu for refining a 9 Turn Dragon Blood Elixir?" 1,000 Soul Stones. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Mu Tianyang. 1,000 Soul Stones indeed. Mu Tianyang nodded. "That's a good price. 1,000 Soul Stones. 10,000 Soul Stones. 100 Soul Stones. 1,000 Soul Stones. And you don't have to pay for the herbs, you can earn so much just by refining the elixir." Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes and said, "No matter how much I earn, I can't compare with you." Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and looked at Shangguan Qiu, saying, "I don't care how you cooperate with Brother Mu, but if you cooperate with me, you have to follow my rules." Shangguan Qiu raised his eyebrows and said, 1,000 soul stones is the maximum limit of the treasure pavilion. Don't worry, the 9-turn dragon blood elixir will still be 1,000 soul stones per elixir. But you have to use soul stones to trade for the 9-turn dragon elixir. Give me 500 soul stones per elixir. Qin Feiyang said. "Why don't you just rob?" Shangguan Qiu was a little annoyed. In fact, he had expected that the 9-turn dragon elixir would be traded with soul stones, but he did not expect the price to be so high. 500 soul stones. This was an exorbitant price. 500 soul stones is not a lot. If the treasure pavilion auctioned with soul stones, one 9-turn dragon elixir would be worth at least tens of thousands. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Qiu said, "The treasure pavilion has never used soul stones to bid before. Rules are dead, but people are flexible. As a businessman, you should always be flexible. For elixirs like the 9-turn dragon elixir, using divine crystals to bid for it is simply a waste of its value." Qin Feiyang said. "A waste of its value," Shangguan Qiu murmured. Listening to what this person said, it seemed to make some sense. After all, this elixir was directly related to one's cultivation level. Even if it was auctioned with soul stones, it would still cause a frenzy. After pondering for a while, Shangguan Qiu exhaled and looked at Qin Feiyang. He nodded and said, "Okay, deal." "Ha, Brother Qin is really something. I'm impressed." Mu Tianyang laughed secretly. If the 9-turn dragon elixir was traded with soul stones, there would undoubtedly be a large income in the future. Thinking back to what Mu Qin did in the past, it was really incomparable to this person. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Don't be happy too early. You'll be in charge of refining elixirs." "Me?" Mu Tianyang was stunned. "Of course. You want soul stones but don't want to refine elixirs. How can there be such a good deal in the world?" Qin Feiyang said. "But leave refining elixirs to me." Mu Tianyang was somewhat helpless. In fact, he did not want to refine elixirs, because refining elixirs was too time-consuming. However, what Qin Feiyang said made sense. There was no free lunch in the world. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay the price. Of course, he could not refine elixirs himself. After all, Mu Qin was also an elixir alchemist. This kind of thing would definitely be left to Mu Qin. Hearing Mu Tianyang's response, Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu and said with a smile, "Although we are cooperating now, if you want to make a deal in the future, you should still look for Brother Mu." "Look for him?" Shangguan Qiu was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, I really admire you guys. After fighting for so long, you are cooperating in the end. This is called the unpredictable world. Next, let's talk about the Wuji divine fruit and the divine beast blood essence. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shangguan Qiu seemed to have been prepared. He took out 3 jade bottles and a rectangular jade box from his interspatial ring. The jade bottles were not big, and there was a little blood in them. The jade box was about half a meter long, and the lid was tightly closed. Looking at the jade bottles and jade boxes, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Mu Tianyang could not wait to open the jade box. He saw fruits lying quietly inside. These fruits were only the size of an egg. They were shaped like small gourds, and the surface of the fruits was shining with a crystal-clear divine light. Qin Feiyang also picked up the 3 jade bottles and examined them carefully. The blood was different from ordinary blood. It looked like precious diamonds, shining with a hazy light. Furthermore, when the jade bottle was opened, an extremely strong and pure divine beast's aura immediately surged out. That's right. It's the blood essence of the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, Qin Feiyang whispered and looked up at Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said with a smile, 20 Wuji divine fruits. Not one more, not one less. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Shangguan Qiu. He said, name your price. Shangguan Qiu pursed his lips and said with a smile, I was going to use divine gems to trade for these things. Looking at the smile on Shangguan Qiu's face, Qin Feiyang could not help but have a bad feeling. Mu Tianyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu, as if he was watching a show. Shangguan Qiu's smile became brighter. He said, but you just said that a businessman should know how to be flexible. So now, I am going to use soul stones to trade with you. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was he slapping himself in the face? Chapter 2065. What do you think? I learned and applied it on the spot. Not bad, right? Shangguan Qiu teased. Seeing Qin Feiyang being defeated, she felt inexplicably happy. Impressive, impressive. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If he had known, he would have talked about this deal first before discussing the cooperation. He had dug a hole for himself. Shangguan Qiu smiled proudly. She had finally won this round. Qin Feiyang collected himself and said, tell me, how many soul stones? 60 drops of essence blood, 100,000 soul stones per drop. As for the Wuji divine fruit, Shangguan Qiu thought for a while and said with a smile, I'll give you 100,000 each. You make it sound like you're at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Mu Tianyang, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly said, Miss, I have a question. What is it? Shangguan Qiu looked at him suspiciously. 1 drop of blood, 100,000 soul stones per drop, and 100,000 soul stones per Wuji divine fruit. And the elixir we're researching needs 4 drops of essence blood and 1 Wuji divine fruit. In other words, just the cost of building it costs 500,000 soul stones. In the future, when we succeed, how much do you plan to bid? Mu Tianyang asked. Even if you bid 1 million soul stones, someone will buy it. After all, this is an elixir that can help the god of war break through. It's not at the same level as the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon elixir and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir. Shangguan Qiu smiled confidently. 1 million soul stones. Even in the 9th Heaven Palace, only a few disciples can afford it. Mu Tianyang said. Good things go to the highest bidder. If everyone can afford it, how can it be good? Shangguan Qiu said. You're indeed a businessman. You're better than anyone else. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. Shangguan Qiu smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, the total price of 60 drops of blood essence is 6 million, and the total price of 20 Wuji immortal fruits is 2 million. That's a total of 8 million. Young Master Jiang, please pay the bill. 8 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. You even got 4 billion soul stones from Feng Zihan. What are 8 million soul stones to you? Shangguan Qiu said. People like you who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths will never understand the life of people like us at the bottom. Back then, forget about 4 billion soul stones, even 40,000 soul stones. No, even 1,000 soul stones was an astronomical figure to me. Qin Feiyang sighed. Sheng Guanqiu smiled and said, I've never experienced this feeling before. That's why I said you don't understand. But since it's a business deal, I naturally can't go back on my word. Qin Feiyang smiled and secretly transmitted his voice. Old Zhao, help me count out 8 million soul stones. All right. Zhao Tailai responded. Very soon. Qin Feiyang took out an interspatial ring and threw it to Sheng Guanqiu. Sheng Guanqiu carefully counted it and put it away with a smile on his face. Qin Feiyang also sent the blood essence and the Wuji divine fruit into the ancient castle. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, Now we only need the white tiger blood essence. I really hope that midnight will come soon. You can't rush it. Just wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. They're still in Yulan Tower? In the resource hall. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Wenhai's shadow and frowned. Yes. Feng Wenhai nodded. Is it really not them? Feng Yuan muttered. Father, can we leave Jiang Haoyin alone for now? Saving Zijuan is more important. Feng Wenhai said. Feng Yuan frowned and said angrily, Didn't I investigate Jiang Haoyin to save Zijuan? Feng Wenhai said, But now it's proven that it's not them. Why are you still thinking about these questions? Don't worry. I've already prepared the white tiger blood essence. I'll just wait for midnight to come and trade with them. Feng Yuan said. Feng Wenhai asked, Then do you want me to find someone to ambush them in advance? With this old man taking action personally, do you still need others? Besides, if even this old man can't keep them, then the people you sent will be even more useless. Don't worry about this matter. This old man will handle it. You just wait for the news at home. Feng Yuan said. Feng Wenhai nodded. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang and the others or the people of the Feng family, they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was clearly only a few hours, but it felt like a few centuries had passed. Amidst the torturous wait, dawn finally arrived. In the private room, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and suddenly stood up. During this period of time, Shangguan Fenglan had been resting with her eyes closed. When she heard the commotion, she opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and Feng Yu. She asked, Feng Yuan's strength is not inferior to mine. Can you two really do it? If the hall master can come in person, we naturally can't ask for more. Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Shangguan Fenglan did not even reply and directly closed her eyes. Hypocrite. Mu Tianyang secretly said. Get used to it. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder, took out 2 illusory pills, casually changed his appearance, and entered the Black Tortoise world, flying toward the West City Gate. In the early morning, even in the city, it was difficult to see many people, let alone outside the city. The plains outside the West City Gate were quiet. Coming to the sky above the plains, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were not in a hurry to show up. They had been looking for traces of Feng Yuan, because they were worried that Feng Yuan might be hiding in the dark and catch them off guard when they were not paying attention. In short, before they saw Feng Yuan, they would never go out first. And in the end, they searched the entire plains outside the West City Gate but did not find Feng Yuan. This old thing, is he not here yet? Mu Tianyang frowned. This is related to Feng Zijuan's life and death. How could he dare to be negligent? I think he should be the same as us now, hiding in the space divine object, monitoring the movements outside. Qin Feiyang scanned the night sky. It seemed that this old thing would not obediently hand over the white tiger blood essence. Then go out and search with your spirit sense. Mu Tianyang laughed. With Feng Yuan's status and strength, do you think he won't have the hidden soul stone? Qin Feiyang sneered. Then we can't just stay here and do nothing. Mu Tianyang said. Don't worry. He can't outlast us. Unless he doesn't want to save Feng Zijuan. Qin Feiyang sneered. The two stood in the Black Tortoise world, quietly waiting. Sure enough, it was as Qin Feiyang had expected. About a moment later, a red-haired old man appeared in the sky above the plains. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? He looked around and frowned. What's going on? Why haven't you come yet? Didn't you just come now? But before his voice faded, a mocking laugh sounded behind him. Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback and quickly turned to look, only to see two big men standing in the void not far away. These two big men were naturally Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang after changing their appearances. The clothes of the Nine Heavens Palace had also been changed, and they were all wearing black clothes. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "When did you guys come?" Qin Feiyang said, "You should have come before us." "Then why are you hiding? Let me wait for so long." Feng Yuan said angrily. "Aren't you hiding too?" Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Feng Yuan's heart trembled. He actually guessed his thoughts. It seemed that these two people were not ordinary people. "This is definitely not your true appearance. Who are you?" Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. Hall Master Feng Yuan is indeed smart. But do you think we will be stupid enough to tell you our true identity? Qin Feiyang laughed contemptuously. Feng Yuan clenched his hands, holding back his anger, and asked, "Where is Feng Zijuan? Where is the thing we want?" Qin Feiyang did not answer, but asked instead. Feng Yuan took out a jade bottle from his bosom, which was half filled with blood, and said, 20 drops of white tiger blood essence, not a drop less." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand. "Let me verify." Feng Yuan said, "Give me Feng Zijuan first." "Impossible. Your cultivation is so strong. If I give you Feng Zijuan first, what if you go back on your words?" Qin Feiyang said. Feng Yuan said, "Then this old man is also worried that you will go back on your words after getting the white tiger blood essence. If this stalemate continues, it will not be good for you. How about this? Let me show you something first." Qin Feiyang took out Feng Zijuan's universe ring and threw it to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan caught it in his hand, looked down, and his face immediately darkened. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I believe you are familiar with this universe ring. If you dare to harm even a single hair on his head, then even if you can fly, this old man will still kill you." Feng Yuan said fiercely, "Don't worry. As long as you give me the white tiger blood essence, I promise to give you a healthy Feng Zijuan." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "You want this old man to hand over the blood essence first? Never. How about this? Let's exchange the person and the goods at the same time." Feng Yuan said, No. Your cultivation is too strong. If we capture Feng Zijuan and you directly release your pressure to imprison us, won't we become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? It seems that you are not sincere at all. In that case, this deal is off. As for Feng Zijuan, you can wait to collect his corpse." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed Mu Tianyang and disappeared without a trace. "Wait. This old man will give it to you." Feng Yuan's expression changed and he quickly shouted. Qin Feiyang and Feng Yuan appeared out of thin air with smiles on their faces. "Give it to me," Qin Feiyang said as he stretched out his hand. Feng Yuan waved his hand and the jade bottle in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and opened the bottle cap. A terrifying aura suddenly roared out. This was the aura of the divine beast White Tiger. Mu Tianyang said with a smile, "This is the White Tiger blood essence." "Thank you, Hall Master Feng Yuan. Wait here, we will bring Feng Zijuan out immediately." Qin Feiyang laughed and brought Mu Tianyang to the Black Tortoise Realm's herb field. He immediately controlled the Black Tortoise Realm and flew away like lightning. Outside, seeing the two disappear again, Feng Yuan immediately released his divine sense and enveloped the surroundings. But he couldn't find anything in the void. Could it be that he has also merged with the hidden soul stone? Feng Yuan frowned. But then, a trace of ridicule crept up in his eyes as he thought to himself, "You think you can escape from this old man's palm with the hidden soul stone? When Zijuan appears, it will be your time of death." However, he didn't know that the Black Tortoise Realm had already entered Sky Dragon City. Chapter 2066. Just as Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise Realm and was about to return to Yulan Restaurant, a terrifying aura erupted outside the West City Gate like a volcano. The owner of this aura was Feng Yuan. Obviously, he had realized that he had been tricked. There was no doubt about it. The entire Sky Dragon City was awakened by Feng Yuan's aura at this moment. Everyone was bewildered. In the private room, Shangguan Qiu and Shangguan Fenglan stood in front of the window, looking in the direction of the West City Gate. Shangguan Fenglan said, "It seems that they have succeeded." Even Feng Yuan was fooled by them. What a terrifying pair. Shangguan Qiu sighed. So in the future, when you work with them, you must be careful. Shangguan Fenglan reminded him. I know. Shangguan Qiu nodded. We are not bad people. Why are you guarding against us? Before the two finished speaking, a faint laughter sounded. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang appeared in the private room. Not bad people? Do you think you are good people? Shameless. Shangguan Qiu looked at them with disdain. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Then they looked up and looked at the West City Gate. The West City Gate, above the plains. Feng Yuan clenched his fists. His long red hair danced in the wind like a blood waterfall. His eyes were also red. From afar, he looked like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. Damn it. How dare you trick me? This is unforgivable. At first, he had planned to kill Feng Zijuan as soon as he appeared. However, he did not expect that after waiting for so long, the other party did not appear. It was obvious. The other party had no intention of returning Feng Zijuan to him. In other words, he had been tricked. As the palace master of the Ninth Heaven Palace's resource hall, how could he not be angry? Accompanied by two air-piercing sounds, several city guards flew over. It's Feng Yuan. When they saw Feng Yuan's face, their faces changed. Lord Feng Yuan, what happened to you? Do you need any help? Several people hurriedly went up and asked. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear to him, his face dark to the extreme. Swish! Two more figures appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Grandpa, what's going on? Father, where is Zijuan? It was Feng Wenhai and Feng Zihan. The father and daughter duo scanned their surroundings. Other than the few city guards, there was no one else. Could it be? The father and daughter trembled and hurriedly looked at Feng Yuan again. I will not let them off. Zihan, come back with me and block the stairway to heaven. Anyone who returns to Nine Heaven Palace now is a suspect. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and a teleportation altar was activated. He then stepped onto the altar with anger. Zihan, this? Feng Wenhai glanced at Feng Yuan, then at Feng Zihan, his face filled with anxiety. Father, don't worry. We will save Zijuan. Feng Zihan smiled and comforted him before turning around and stepping onto the altar. After Feng Wenhai sent the two of them off, he turned to look in the direction of the Yulan Pavilion, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Immediately after, he teleported into the mountains outside the plains and took out the image crystal. The shadow of a middle-aged man in black appeared. Feng Wenhai said in a deep voice, Are they still in the Yulan Pavilion? The middle-aged man in black nodded. Feng Wenhai frowned. Did anyone come out during this period? Jiang Haoyan and Mu Tianyang have not appeared. But Shangguan Qiu did come out a few times. The middle-aged man in black said. Why did she come out? Feng Wenhai asked. Get someone to send wine up. The middle-aged man in black said. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. Wait, someone seems to have come out. The middle-aged man in black was still hiding in the alley opposite. After hearing the commotion, he said something to Feng Wenhai and turned his head suspiciously. How is that possible? Immediately, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Feng Wenhai was surprised. The middle-aged man in black turned a deaf ear and stared at the entrance of the restaurant in shock. He saw two men and two women coming out of the Yulan Pavilion one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the other three. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang reeked of alcohol and walked unsteadily. Feng Wenhai said, What did you see? Why is she still here? The middle-aged man in black murmured, looking back at Feng Wenhai, and said in a deep voice, It's Shangguan Fenglan. She's with Jiang Haoyan. What? Hearing this, Feng Wenhai was shocked and hurriedly said, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "It's absolutely true," the middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Shangguan Fenglan, Shangguan Qiu, why are these two sisters with them?" Feng Wenhai murmured, his heart full of confusion. "Sister, they're so drunk that you have to send them back personally." At the entrance of the restaurant, Shangguan Qiu glanced at Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu and smiled at Shangguan Fenglan. "I'm not drunk." "I'm not drunk either." "Then let's go back and continue fighting until dawn." "Let's go, I'm not afraid of you," Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang said to each other, then put their arms around each other's shoulders and tried to enter the restaurant. Shangguan Qiu stopped them and said helplessly, "You really can't drink anymore, go back and rest." "Get out of my way. It's not like I don't have money to pay the bill." "Quick, give me a few more jars, I must make him drunk today," Qin Feiyang shouted. Shangguan Qiu smiled helplessly, looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "Sister, send them back quickly." Shangguan Fenglan nodded, forcibly swept up Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, and then rose into the air, disappearing into the night sky like lightning. Ninth Heaven Palace. In front of the stairway, Feng Yuan stood on the first step, his face gloomy. Feng Zihan stood by the side, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 3 young men flew to the top of the mountain. "Greetings, Temple Master." "Greetings, Senior Sister Zihan." The 3 of them were inner disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace, and they had the cultivation of a half-step Divine Lord. When they saw Feng Yuan and Feng Zihan, they were first stunned, then quickly ran over and bowed. Feng Yuan glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Where did you come from?" "Outside." The 3 of them were a little puzzled. What did that mean? "Be specific," Feng Yuan shouted. "We just came back from the Sky Dragon Sea." The 3 of them quickly said, "Experience? Since it's an experience, why are there no wounds on your body, no blood stains?" Feng Yuan said angrily. The 3 of them were depressed to the extreme. What kind of question was that? "Speak." Feng Yuan shouted angrily. Yes. Normally, disciples like us who go to the Sky Dragon Sea to experience will wash off the blood stains on our bodies before coming back. Firstly, we are afraid of dirtying the stairway, and secondly, we pay attention to our image. As for the wounds, of course there are. We will take off our clothes now for you to check. As the 3 of them spoke, they took off their clothes. Their upper bodies were indeed full of scars. Feng Zihan swept a glance at those scars, looked at Feng Yuan and said, "Grandfather, they are fine. You believe so much that their injuries were caused in the Heavenly Dragon Sea? What if they did it on purpose?" Feng Yuan said angrily. Feng Zihan sighed. Now, her grandfather had already lost his mind a little. The 3 disciples also looked at each other. Who would purposely injure themselves? Was this Feng Yuan crazy today? But this kind of thing, they absolutely did not dare to say it out. Feng Yuan looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Is there a witness to prove that you were in the Sky Dragon Sea?" "Witness?" The 3 of them could not help but be annoyed in their hearts. If it were not because the people standing in front of them were Feng Yuan and Feng Zihan, they would definitely fly off the handle on the spot. It was simply inexplicable. The 3 of us have always been together, we can prove each other. As for the other witnesses, if Lord Hall Master does not believe, you can personally go to the Sky Dragon Sea to ask. Because during this period of experience, many people have seen us. The 3 of them held back their anger and said respectfully, "Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? You actually dare to make this old man go to the Sky Dragon Sea personally? Do you know that your current attitude is already enough to give this old man a reason to kill you on the spot?" Feng Yuan shouted. "Disciple knows his mistake, Lord Hall Master, please spare our lives." The 3 of them quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging. Feng Zijuan also hurriedly advised, "Grandfather, you are a little too anxious now, calm down." "Shut up." Feng Yuan completely did not listen, looked at the 3 of them, and said, "Stand to the side for this old man. Without this old man's permission, you are not allowed to take half a step away." The three of them nodded, hurriedly got up and ran to the side of the sky stairway, standing there respectfully. A few more batches of disciples came and were stopped at the bottom of the sky stairway. Like the three of them, they were stopped for no reason, and their hearts were extremely puzzled. But after all, it was Feng Yuan. Even if they had resentment in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. Not long after, Shangguan Fenglan brought Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, and finally arrived at the sky stairway. As soon as she saw the situation at the top of the mountain, Shangguan Fenglan knew what was going on. Feng Zijuan was also surprised in his heart. Why would Jiang Haoyan and Mu Tianyang be together with Shangguan Fenglan? Those disciples who were stopped at the bottom of the sky stairway were also stunned. And Feng Yuan. The moment he saw Qin Feiyang, a strong killing intent emerged in his eyes. Feeling Feng Yuan's killing intent, Feng Zihan's eyelids twitched, and he transmitted his voice. "Grandfather, Shangguan Fenglan is here, calm down." It was fine if Feng Zihan did not say it, but when he said it, Feng Yuan's eyes immediately surged with hostility. Shangguan Fenglan brought Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang to land in front of the sky stairway, looked at those disciples, and asked suspiciously, "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" "Lord Hallmaster, we did not do anything wrong. But for some reason, we were stopped here by Hallmaster Feng Yuan." As soon as Shangguan Fenglan spoke, those disciples were like grasping at straws, running to Shangguan Fenglan's side and chattering nonstop. "Stopped for no reason?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Feng Yuan said in a deep voice, "Shangguan Fenglan, why are you with Jiang Haoyan and Mu Tianyang?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and looked at Feng Yuan. "What do you mean by this? Do I need to report to you who I'm with?" Feng Yuan clenched his hands and shouted, "Today, you must explain clearly." Shangguan Fenglan's eyes turned cold, and she said, "Feng Yuan, don't go too far. I'm not a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace. You don't have the qualifications to control me. The dignified hall master of the law enforcement hall is actually with two drunk disciples. This doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it." Feng Yuan sneered. "It has something to do with you? Get out of my way." Shangguan Fenglan took a step forward and looked straight at Feng Yuan, a bone-piercing sharpness in her eyes. Boom! Feng Yuan also directly released his aura, confronting Shangguan Fenglan. Feng Zihan was burning with anxiety, and he bowed. "Hall Master, please calm down." "Calm down?" Shangguan Fenglan smiled coldly. "In Nine Heavens Palace, apart from the two palace masters, there are only 10 elders who dare to stop me like this. Moreover, Feng Yuan is only the hall master of the resource hall. Logically speaking, he doesn't have the authority to interrogate the disciples under him." Yes. "We all know that the law enforcement hall has the authority to interrogate disciples. My grandfather is indeed in the wrong, but there is a reason for this. Please understand, Hall Master." Feng Zihan said. "There is a reason for this?" Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. Feng Zihan nodded, pondered for a while, and sighed. "This matter is related to my little brother, Feng Zijuan." "What do you mean?" Shangguan Fenglan asked. Feng Zihan said, "Zijuan was kidnapped." "What? Feng Zijuan was kidnapped? When did this happen? Why is there no news at all?" The disciples surrounding Shangguan Fenglan were all shocked. Shangguan Fenglan also revealed a look of disbelief, frowning. "Isn't Feng Zijuan always in Nine Heavens Palace? How could he be kidnapped? Moreover, such a big matter, it's impossible for there to be no news at all." Feng Zihan turned to look at Feng Yuan, and said, "Grandfather, give me that letter." Feng Yuan stared at the drunk Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to think, this matter must have something to do with him." Feng Zihan's face changed and secretly said, "Grandfather, there's no evidence, don't talk nonsense." Feng Yuan shouted, "Other than Jiang Haoyan, who in Nine Heavens Palace has such guts? Who's calling me?" Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered, raised his head and scanned the surroundings, his eyes full of confusion. Finally, he suddenly stared at Feng Zihan and laughed. "Isn't this senior sister Zihan? Why have you come to Yulan Tower? Come, let's have a few drinks." Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened. Feng Zihan couldn't help but frown. Calling Mudong, quickly answer me, where are you? It's not over yet, why did you run away? Qin Feiyang called out. I'm behind you. Mu Tianyang grabbed onto Qin Feiyang's shoulder and rested his chin on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He also looked at Feng Zihan with drunken eyes and said, yes, yes, yes. It's senior sister Zihan, fortunately. No, it's a pleasure to meet you. Do you want to have a few drinks? Wait, where are we? This doesn't seem to be the Yulan restaurant. Brother Jiang, you wouldn't have taken me to a brothel while I was drunk, right? Mu Tunyang hugged onto Qin Feiyang's arm and looked around in a drunken stupor, laughing extremely wretchedly. Brothel? Shengguan Fenglan turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Feng Zihan, her eyes extremely terrifying. What nonsense were they talking about? This was the Jiutian Palace, how could they call it a brothel? The most important thing was that if this was a brothel, then wasn't she the same as a prostitute? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She raised her hand and slapped Qin Feiyang and Feng Zihan on the back of their heads. The two immediately lay on the ground, unconscious. Feng Zihan was also extremely speechless. How much wine did they have to drink to be like this? Chapter 2067. Looking at Feng Yuan and Qin Feiyang lying on the ground, he was about to go mad with anger. He hated Qin Feiyang to the bone. But now, he was drunk to this extent. What was going on? Feng Zihan calmed himself down and looked at Feng Yuan. Grandfather, now is not the time to act on impulse. Quickly take out the letter. Feng Yuan took a deep breath and took out the letter. Feng Zihan took it and handed it to Shengguan Fenglan with both hands. Shengguan Fenglan took the letter and read it carefully. The disciples behind her also stood on their tiptoes and looked at it curiously. He really was kidnapped, Shengguan Fenglan murmured. According to my grandfather, this letter was sent to the resource hall by someone. To be able to enter the resource hall to send a letter, it must be someone from our Empyrean Palace. Previously, my grandfather was invited to the west gate of Sky Dragon City to trade, but the two who kidnapped my brother went back on their word after receiving the white tiger blood essence. That's why my grandfather and I are here to check the disciples who came back. Feng Zihan explained. I see. Shengguan Fenglan sighed. I am the Hall Master of Empyrean Palace's Law Enforcement Hall. I can't escape the blame for such a thing happening in Empyrean Palace, but you should have told me about it immediately. We couldn't do anything about it. It's written clearly that if anyone dares to spread it, they will be killed. Feng Zihan said. Understandable. Shengguan Fenglan nodded with a smile. But Jiang Haoyan and Qin Feiyang really have nothing to do with this matter. They have been in Yulan Pavilion since the evening and have never left my sight. Hallmaster, may I ask why you were with them in Yulan Pavilion? Feng Zihan was suspicious. To tell you the truth, I was ordered by the First Elder to investigate their origins. And this time, I invited them to Yulan Pavilion to get them drunk so that they would tell the truth. But I didn't expect them to be so drunk. Shengguan Fenglan smiled bitterly. Feng Zihan asked, did they tell you where they came from? Shengguan Fenglan just nodded and didn't say anything else. She returned the letter to Feng Zihan. Then what are their origins? Feng Zihan was curious. Shengguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said, Zihan, as the first on the heaven list, you should know what to ask and what not to ask. Disciple knows his mistake. Feng Zihan hurriedly bowed. I'm fine. Shengguan Fenglan waved her hand. She looked at Feng Yuan and said, don't worry. I will also help to deal with Feng Zijuan's matter. What help? This is the responsibility of the Law Enforcement Hall. Feng Yuan said furiously. I don't deny it. But you didn't tell me right away. I can completely ignore a situation like this. Shengguan Fenglan snorted. You? Feng Yuan was furious. Grandfather. Feng Zihan scolded and thought to himself, I know you're anxious, but you can't treat Shengguan Fenglan with such an attitude. Feng Yuan clenched his fists. He still felt that this matter had something to do with Qin Feiyang. But he couldn't do anything without evidence. Shengguan Fenglan didn't say anything more to Feng Yuan. She grabbed Qin Feiyang and looked at Feng Zihan and said, you can ask, But don't kill the innocent. After I send them back, I'll send someone to help you. Feng Zihan responded respectfully. Persuade your grandfather again. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she glanced at the motionless white-haired old man who was sitting cross-legged beside the stairway to heaven. Then, she led Qin Feiyang and the other two to pass by Feng Yuan and quickly disappeared up the stairway to heaven. You guys go back too. Feng Zijuan looked at the disciples who were stopped before. Thank you, senior sister Zihan. The group of people said gratefully and swarmed up the stairway to heaven. Feng Yuan turned to look at Shangguan Fenglan and said in a deep voice, Zihan, go and keep an eye on Jiang Haoyan for me. Grandfather. Shangguan Fenglan has already testified. Why are you still suspecting them? Feng Zihan frowned. Feng Yuan said gloomily, who knows if Shangguan Fenglan is with them? Grandfather. Feng Zihan's expression changed. How could he say such a thing? Just as Feng Yuan's voice fell, the motionless white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and two cold lights surged out. Whether it was Feng Zihan or Feng Yuan, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help but feel cold all over. Feng Zihan hurried to the white-haired old man and bowed. Senior, my grandfather didn't do it on purpose. Please don't be angry. The white-haired old man glanced at Feng Zihan and the cold light in his eyes gradually dissipated. He then slowly closed his eyes. Feng Zihan heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yuan was also scared. The disciples of Nine Heavens Palace basically didn't know this old man's identity and thought that he was purely a gatekeeper. But Feng Yuan, as the hall master of the resource hall, knew this old man's identity like the back of his hand. Could be said that if this old man made a move, even the first elder wouldn't dare to stop him. First Sacred Peak. Cave Abode Number 1. After Shangguan Fenglan entered the cave abode, she threw Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang to the ground. The two people who were originally unconscious immediately jumped up with a wail of anguish. The drunkenness on their faces had also disappeared. Actually, they weren't drunk at all. They were just pretending. Qin Feiyang rubbed his butt and said, Lord Hallmaster, do you want to take our lives? No matter what, they are perfect war gods. Will they die from a fall? Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes, then sized up the two of them and said, I found that you guys really have a talent for acting. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and hurriedly smiled. Are you guys acting with me too? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two of them with ill intentions. No. The two of them waved their hands repeatedly, extremely terrified. It's best if you don't. Shangguan Fenglan snorted coldly and said, I'll go arrange it. You guys should also hurry up and prepare. When I come back, I'll start refining pills. You really want to send someone to assist Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I still have to do it on the surface. After all, my law enforcement hall exists to maintain the order of the Nine Heavens Palace. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she turned around and walked out quickly. After Shangguan Fenglan left, Mu Tianyang waved his hand and closed the cave's stone door. He smiled and said, I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Qin Feiyang said, this is also because of the Black Tortoise realm. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded and reminded, then Feng Zijuan, you must remember to get rid of him. I know. When the time comes, I will send the corpse to Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Tianyang was stunned. What a cruel guy. Don't. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. So fast? The two of them looked at each other and then opened the stone door. They were immediately stunned. They originally thought it was Shangguan Fenglan, but it turned out to be a young man standing at the door. Brother Jiang. The young man raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of stubble and his hair was messy. There was also a smell of alcohol on his body, mixed with a stench. His expression was also extremely haggard. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man and said with a faint smile, Come in. The young man was Gong Zifeng. Gong Zifeng walked into the cave and closed the stone door behind him. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, How long has it been since you took a bath? Gong Zifeng was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at himself. He smiled bitterly and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Jiang. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, Brother Mu is also here. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang pointed to the seat and said, Sit. No need. Gong Zifeng shook his head and glanced at Mu Tianyang. He lowered his head and pondered. Qin Feiyang said, What do you want to know? After a long time, Gong Zifeng raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Is it convenient to talk? Just say it. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Zifeng said, I'm here to ask if Feng Zijuan's kidnapping has anything to do with Brother Jiang? Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all, because he really couldn't think of any other reason why Gong Zifeng came to him. This person's position is not stable. We can't tell him. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. I know. Qin Feiyang secretly responded. He looked at Gong Zifeng and said, If I say that it has something to do with me, will you tell your grandfather? I won't. Gong Zifeng shook his head without hesitation. But Qin Feiyang was surprised. I hate them. Right now, I wish I could kill them with my own hands. Gong Zifeng clenched his hands tightly, his face full of resentment. Didn't you plead for Feng Wenhai last time? Why did you suddenly become like this? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Of course, he knew the reason, but he wanted Gong Zifeng to say it himself. Let's not talk about it. In short, I hate the Feng family, I hate Feng Yuan. Gong Zifeng knelt on the ground with a thud. Qin Feiyang and Gong Zifeng looked at each other and asked, What do you mean by this? Gong Zifeng said, I want to ask Brother Jiang to help me kill Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai. This, Qin Feiyang was still somewhat unable to adapt to Gong Zifeng's sudden change. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and said secretly, If his position is firm enough, then we can help him. After all, having him as a spy is also beneficial to us. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, Of course, I know this. But to be honest, I can't really trust this person. Mu Tianyang said, In that case, let's test him and let him kill Feng Zijuan. Kill Feng Zijuan? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Gong Zifeng and said, How about this? We still have some things to do. You can go back now and come find me tomorrow night. Okay. Gong Zifeng nodded and smiled at Mu Tianyang before turning to leave. Mu Tianyang shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I feel a little sorry for him. What can we do? Blame Feng Yuan? Actually, it's not his fault. After all, for a rich and powerful family like the Feng family, letting a prostitute into the family is indeed a disgrace. Blame Gong Zifeng's mother? Not really. Because she became a prostitute for the sake of living, for the sake of survival. If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame Feng Wenhai. An irresponsible man, a cold-blooded beast. Even if he doesn't approve, he shouldn't have killed Gong Zifeng's mother. Qin Feiyang said. Irresponsible? Mu Tianyang muttered as if he was immersed in his memories. I don't even have the chance to be responsible for a woman. This person clearly has her, but he doesn't cherish her at all. He really deserves to be killed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, I've always wanted to ask you a question. What question? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Are you sincere to Shen Mei? Nonsense. I can even kneel down for her. How can I not be sincere? Mu Tianyang said. Then why do you like her? Qin Feiyang was curious. Mu Tianyang said, Because she looks very much like a woman in the past. In the past? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Back then, when I was still the emperor of the Tianyang Empire, I had a harem of 3,000 women, each of whom was devastatingly beautiful, but the one I liked the most was a maid who served me. She was very sensible and very good at comforting people. Every time I encountered trouble, she was the one who counseled me. Slowly I fell in love with her. At that time, I wanted to let her enter the harem several times, give her a status, and be with me openly. But she was unwilling. She said that there was too much intrigue in the harem, and she didn't like that kind of life. As long as she could accompany me, she would be satisfied. I didn't force her. That was the best period of my life, but it didn't last long. Then one day, she left the imperial palace to go home to visit her family. Unfortunately, she was killed on the way. Mu Tianyang sighed. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, I didn't expect a tyrant like you to have such a gentle side. In this world, who doesn't have a gentle side? Mu Tianyang shook his head and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, so when you saw Shen Mei, you fell in love with her? Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then you must hate me very much now. Of course. If it weren't for you and the inner demons, she wouldn't have died. Mu Tianyang said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered, but you have to know that if it weren't for me, you would have been smashed to pieces. The fact that you saved me will never be erased. But that's that. I won't let Shen Mei's death go just like that. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, as long as you don't target the people around me, I don't care how you treat me. Don't worry, I'm not that despicable. But it's hard to say about Guisueki. Mu Tianyang smiled mockingly. If anyone dares to hurt the people around me, I will send them to hell. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Mu Tianyang looked at him deeply and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and take out the furnace and fire. Get ready to start refining. Qin Feiyang nodded, entered the castle, and carefully studied the refining process and details of the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. Then he left the castle with the netherworld devil flame and the azure phoenix cauldron and entered the refining room. Open the furnace and refine the pills. Mu Tianyang urged somewhat anxiously. Not waiting for Shangguan Fenglan? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked. Why wait for her? Mu Tianyang pursed his lips. I don't dare. She said to wait for her. If she comes back and sees that we have refined the pill, she will definitely fly into a rage. I can't bear the anger of this woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When did you, Qin Feiyang, get scared? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Let's wait for her to come back. Qin Feiyang sighed, took out 4 kinds of blood essence and the infinite divine fruit, and placed them one by one on the refining table. About half an hour passed. Shangguan Fenglan finally came to the cave residence. Qin Feiyang closed the stone door, stood in front of the furnace, and closed his eyes. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, he really knows how to refine pills? Of course. He is an alchemy genius in our area. Mu Tianyang said proudly. An alchemy genius? I really can't tell. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and asked, what about you? Mu Tianyang was taken aback and said with a smile, Sos? A moment later, Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes, and his whole person had entered the state of heart as still as water. With a wave of his hand, a wave of mind power emerged. What? This mind power? Shangguan Fenglan was immediately dumbfounded. Mu Tianyang was also a little surprised and said to himself, his mind power has reached at least level 50 or 60. Level 50 or 60 mind power. Shangguan Fenglan was shocked. Even in the 9 Heavens Palace, it was rare to see someone with such high mental strength. Chapter 2068. She had really underestimated this person. Not only was he smart, his talent was terrifying, even his mental strength was terrifying. Even in Jiutian Palace, he would be a monstrous figure. Suddenly, Shangguan Fenglan seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, do you know what's going on with his cultivation? Cultivation? Mu Tianyang was stunned. I remember when he first entered Jiutian Palace, he was only a low-level war god. But how long has it been, he actually broke through to perfect war god. And Jiang Rushuang, she also broke through to advanced war god at an outrageous speed. Shangguan Fenglan said. So that's what you're asking? Mu Tianyang nodded in realization and laughed secretly. This question, I'll let him answer you personally later. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows, looking extremely displeased. Mu Tianyang didn't say anything else and focused on Qin Feiyang. Shangguan Fenglan asked suspiciously, aren't you going to help? What can I help with? Mu Tianyang was puzzled. These pills were jointly researched by you. Without your help, can he refine them? Shengguan Fenglan asked. No need. I believe he can handle it alone. Mu Tianyang smiled secretly. While the two were talking, Qin Feiyang had already awakened the nether devil flame. The bottom of the azure phoenix cauldron was burning red. Qin Feiyang first used his mental strength to roll up a Wuxia Immortal fruit and put it into the cauldron. Under the high temperature, the Wuxia Immortal fruit gradually melted. Not long after, a drop of spirit liquid the size of a pellet appeared. It was crystal clear and flickered with a hazy glow. Among them, there was a strong fruity fragrance. Following closely, after adjusting the temperature, Qin Feiyang began to refine the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts one by one. It's that simple? Shengguan Fenglan was surprised. Simple? Mu Tianyang was stunned and shook his head speechlessly. Look at his forehead. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang's forehead and found that it was already drenched in sweat. Mu Tianyang curiously transmitted his voice. Dare I ask the hallmaster, do you know how to refine pills? Shengguan Fenglan shook her head. No wonder. Mu Tianyang mumbled. This was what a layman was saying. Concocting pills looked very simple. You just have to throw the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and extract the spiritual liquid to condense it into a pill. But in fact, whether it was the details, the steps, the heat, or the mentality, there could not be the slightest mistake. Especially for pills like the 4 Symbols Infinite Divine Pellet, the slightest mistake would cause it to be scrapped or even explode. Therefore, when refining this kind of pill, only the person who refined it would know how hard and how difficult it was. As for Qin Feiyang, the reason why he was able to refine the spiritual liquid so smoothly was that he had already memorized the pill recipe. The pill formulas in the pill codex were not only comprehensive, they were even more detailed and specific than the pill formulas that were circulated outside. It was no exaggeration to say that even an alchemist with poor aptitude could become a genius in alchemy after obtaining the alchemy scripture. On the other hand, as for refining pills, Qin Feiyang had long been practiced to the point of perfection. Just what level of perfection had he reached? It could be said that, now that he had refined the pill once, he could refine it again even with his eyes closed in the future. Moreover, he was also very familiar with the nether devil flame. An alchemist who wanted to refine a good pill not only needed a strong mental force and a high-level pill furnace, but also had to be one with the pill fire. And Qin Feiyang had been using the nether devil flame to refine pills all these years. Over the years, he had already formed an inseparable bond with the nether devil flame. It was as if it was a part of his body. More importantly, it was his state of mind. His state of mind was stable enough. When refining pills, as long as no one deliberately disturbed him, he would not be distracted at all. About a moment later, the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts had also been refined, and now there was not the slightest smell of blood. Not only was there no smell of blood, but there was also a delicate fragrance. Moreover, there was no innate murderous aura and hostility of fierce beasts. It looked like 4 blood diamonds, blooming with brilliant brilliance. The next step was to fuse the spiritual liquid. He was very careful. After all, whether it was the everlasting divine fruit or the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts, they were all very difficult to find. If it was accidentally scrapped, it would be a huge loss. Soon, a blood-red light swept out of the Qingluan cauldron like lightning. Qin Feiyang ignored the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly reached out to grab it. Mu Tianyang and Shengguan Fenglan were also at the same time, quickly walking to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and slowly opened his hand. A medicinal pill the size of a finger immediately appeared. The pill was blood-red in color. The 9 pill patterns were like 9 halos, emitting a dazzling divine light. What? 9 pill patterns? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Mu Tianyang's face was full of ecstasy. The 4 symbols everlasting divine pill was the same as the 9 transformation dragon blood pill. The more pill patterns there were, the higher the success rate. In other words, 9 pill patterns, there was a full 90% success rate. With such a high success rate, Unless one was extremely unlucky, it was impossible to fail. Let me try first? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. His heart was very eager. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and threw the pill to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang grabbed the pill and directly put it into his mouth without saying a word. Immediately, a majestic energy exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. It came quickly and fiercely. Caught off guard, Mu Tianyang couldn't help but wail. The skin on his body was cracked and blood was flowing out. This was a feeling he had never felt before. That majestic feeling was like an avalanche that drowned him in an instant. He didn't even have time to prepare. What? When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he also turned pale on the spot. The energy of this four symbols infinite divine pellet was a little too terrifying. Even the skin of a perfect war god could crack? Fortunately, he didn't take this pill just now. If not, the purple gold dragon blood would be exposed to Shangguan Fenglan's eyes without any preparation. Shangguan Fenglan also jumped in fright. She condensed a divine power enchantment and imprisoned Mu Tianyang. The movement couldn't be too big, otherwise it would arouse the suspicion of people with ulterior motives. Boom. At the same time, Mu Tianyang's aura was also rising crazily with an uncontrollable momentum. His aura is becoming stronger again? Could it be that this pill can really let a war god break through his cultivation? Shangguan Fenglan stared at Mu Tianyang with anticipation in her eyes. Qin Feiyang was the same. Although he had long known about the existence of the four symbols everlasting divine pill, this was the first time he had seen someone take it with his own eyes. He wanted to know if this pill had such a heaven-defying effect. His aura continued to soar, and the cracks on Mu Tianyang's skin also became more and more, bigger and bigger. At this moment, he had become a bloody man, his face full of pain. The ground was also soaked in blood. Looking at Mu Tianyang's miserable appearance, Shangguan Fenglan turned her head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked worriedly, Jianghu, will this kind of pill that you guys are researching really work? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, it should work. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Such a vague answer, didn't it mean that this kid didn't have full confidence at all? If he didn't have full confidence, then wasn't this Mu Tianyang using his life to test the pill? This, in order to research the pill, he really didn't care about his life. Normally, in this kind of situation, if it was anyone else, they would definitely first find someone else or a fierce beast to test the pill. They were really two out-and-out lunatics. But she didn't know that Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang weren't testing the pill at all. The four symbols infinite divine pill could originally allow a war god to break through a small realm. It was just that there was a possibility of failure. Rumble. Mu Tianyang's aura had already soared to the peak of perfect war god, only one step away from perfect war god. However, it was also at this moment that Mu Tianyang's skyrocketing aura came to an abrupt stop. The cracks on his skin, the pain on his face, also slowly calmed down. This. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Mu Tianyang also froze on the spot. It actually failed? This was 9 pill patterns, the success rate was as high as 90%, and it actually failed? Brother Qin, it seems that I'm that kind of unlucky person. Mu Tianyang secretly smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and secretly said, if you still fail with a 90% chance, then it's not bad luck, it's bad character. Mu Tianyang helplessly took out a healing pill, threw it into his mouth, and said, refine another one. We agreed beforehand, you only need 3. Now that you've taken one, there are only 2 left. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock, and secretly said, you're a man, do you have to be so stingy? It's not a matter of being stingy. It's a principle. Since we've already agreed beforehand, then naturally, we have to keep our promise. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Mu Tianyang was extremely angry, but he quickly compromised, and with a pleading tone he said, just give me one more, I promise if I fail again, I won't ask you for it. This. Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. You see, we've been together for so long, I've never begged you so humbly. Mu Tianyang secretly said. All right. Looking at your pitiful look, I'll give you one more, but it won't happen again. Qin Feiyang said. It won't happen again, it won't happen again. Mu Tianyang said repeatedly, overjoyed. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two and frowned. What are you guys doing in secret? Is there anything that I can't know? No. I'm just comforting him in secret. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Yes. Mu Tianyang also nodded repeatedly. Looking at the expressions of the two, Shangguan Fenglan sneered. This was obviously an excuse to brush her off. She looked at the two and asked, Do you want to continue? Of course. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. That's right. We're not the kind of people who give up halfway. Mu Tianyang followed with a determined light in his eyes. All right. Then I'll see if you can succeed. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she retreated to the side. There was a hint of ridicule in her eyes, as if she was mocking Qin Feiyang for being too naive. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang didn't notice. But even if they did, with their current temperament, they wouldn't care. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to the front of the pill furnace, took out another Wuji divine fruit and 4 drops of essence blood. The same process, the same refining method. A moment later, the second Wuji divine pill was out. Qin Feiyang grabbed the pill and handed it to Mu Tianyang. But at this time, Mu Tianyang hesitated, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Why don't you give it a try? Do I still need to answer that? It's definitely impossible. Unless you send Shangguan Fenglan away. Qin Feiyang thought. Mu Tianyang gritted his teeth, grabbed the Wuji divine pill, and said, I don't believe that I'm really so unlucky. After saying that, he stuffed it into his mouth. That familiar energy, that familiar pain, once again drowned him. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than opening the door of potential. His aura was the same as before, soaring again. But, just as he was about to break through the bottleneck and step into the perfect war god, his soaring aura suddenly stopped. Mu Tianyang's body immediately stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. This, even Qin Feiyang could no longer remain calm. The first failure could be attributed to bad luck, but after failing twice in a row, he had to seriously think about this problem. Could it be that he remembered the pill recipe wrongly? Who did I offend? I actually failed twice? After Mu Tianyang came back to his senses, he immediately roared angrily, and his face was ashen. Although he had done many outrageous things in the past, his character shouldn't be so bad, right? Again! He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. After failing twice in a row, his stubborn temper rose. If he didn't succeed today, he wouldn't give up. Don't worry. I'll go take a look at the pill recipe again. Could there be a problem somewhere? Qin Feiyang secretly said and entered the ancient castle. Although there weren't many spatial divine items in the ancient world, they weren't very rare either, so Shangguan Fenglan didn't think too much about it. However, Mu Tianyang's consecutive failures made her even more convinced of her inner thoughts. It was impossible for the two of them to research such a heaven-defying pill. I think it's better to forget about it first. Don't waste the Wuji divine fruit and blood essence. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Mu Tianyang and kindly advised. I must succeed today. Mu Tianyang clenched his hands tightly together. So what if his character was bad? If 1 pill wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 wasn't enough, then 3. He didn't believe that he would continue to be so unlucky. After a while, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. How is it? Mu Tianyang secretly asked. There was no problem with the 2 4 symbols infinite divine pills that I refined earlier, but why did I fail one after another? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. This was truly strange. Suddenly, a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes as he sent a sound transmission to Mu Tianyang. Could it be that you've done too many immoral things in the past, so today, the heavens are deliberately torturing you? The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth twitched and said, Hurry up and refine it. Let me kindly remind you that you only have 2 left. Qin Feiyang secretly said. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Mu Tianyang was extremely angry. If Qin Feiyang wasn't here to watch the joke, he wouldn't be so angry. But it just had to happen in front of Qin Feiyang. To him, this was like a humiliation. It made him very embarrassed and lose face. Chapter 2069. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He took out the herbs and started refining pills. Not long after, the third four symbols infinite divine pill was born. Mu Tianyang stepped forward, grabbed the pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn God, if you have the ability, continue to torture me? He roared secretly and sat cross-legged on the ground. Terrifying energy crazily attacked his physical body. Fresh blood flowed on the ground like a stream. Boom. Finally, his aura once again reached the peak of a perfect war god. At this moment he was terrified again. God, can you stop tormenting me? I beg you. I don't want to be a joke in the future. If he couldn't succeed with 3 pills in a row, Qin Feiyang would probably laugh his head off. It seemed that his pleading was useful. His aura didn't stop and continued to soar. Boom. All of a sudden, a muffled sound exploded in Mu Tianyang's body, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. After this loud sound, an even more terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Perfect war god. Finally, success. Feeling his current cultivation, he couldn't help but want to cry. This damn god was deliberately tormenting him. Qin Feiyang also had a look of disdain. This person's character was so bad that he had no friends. However, at this moment, Shangguan Fenglan's face was full of shock. It could actually help a war god break through his cultivation? This was unbelievable. They could even research such pills. How amazing was the potential of these two people? Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said with a smile, Lord Temple Master, do you have anything to say now? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at Mu Tianyang. She said lightly, don't be too proud. There are many people in this world who are more capable than you. I don't deny that. But may I ask who can research such pills? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Shangguan Fenglan was speechless for a moment. Qin Feiyang knew when to stop. He smiled and said, you can tell Shangguan Qiu now and ask her to seriously consider the deal with us. What happened between the two of you has nothing to do with me. I just want to know, how did your cultivations improve so quickly? Shangguan Fenglan said. To be honest, I was already a perfect war god before the exam. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Actually, I just wanted to keep a low profile. That's why I hid some of my cultivation base. But when I entered the Nine Heavens Palace, I realized that there were plenty of people stronger than me. There was no need for me to hide my cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Shangguan Fenglan observed Qin Feiyang's expression and couldn't find any trace of pretense. Thinking about it again, it seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. After all, no matter how heaven-defying one's talent was, it was impossible to break through 2 minor realms consecutively in such a short time. Alright, you guys go ahead. Also, try to keep a low profile in the future. Shangguan Fenglan said. Wait. If we keep a low profile, how can we deal with Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened. She said angrily, can you find a reason to refute everything I say? No. Don't be angry. How about this? Except for dealing with Feng Yuan, we will try not to make trouble. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and quickly said with a smile. Not try, but absolutely not allowed. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Shangguan Fenglan glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely, then turned and left in a huff. Qin Feiyang touched his nose and looked at Shangguan Fenglan's back, his eyes flickering. After Shangguan Fenglan left the cave, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the stone door closed. Then he glanced at Mu Tianyang, who was stabilizing his realm, took out 2 sets of medicinal materials and continued to refine the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. 2 pills came out of the furnace. Mu Tianyang also stood up from the ground and looked at Qin Feiyang with some dissatisfaction. He snorted coldly and said, I'd like to see if you can succeed in one try. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. My character shouldn't be as bad as yours. Whether it's bad or not, how will you know if you don't try? Mu Tianyang was very unhappy now. Qin Feiyang laughed and threw one of the 4 symbols infinite divine pills to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang caught it in his hand, looked down, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he had something to say. Stop, stop. Don't say anything. Qin Feiyang quickly stretched out his hand. Mu Tianyang was angry and said, I haven't even opened my mouth, and you know what I'm going to say? Don't I know you? Don't you just want me to give you a few more pills? Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Tianyang was stunned and smiled embarrassedly. It seems that the person who knows me best is you. Stop flattering. I've already given you one more pill, don't even think about the rest. Qin Feiyang coldly said. Then he placed the 4 symbols everlasting divine pellet into his mouth. Mu Tianyang shook his head helplessly and condensed a divine power barrier, enveloping Qin Feiyang inside. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine power barrier and muttered, It's better to go to the Black Tortoise world. Because Mu Tianyang was one small realm higher than him. Mu Tianyang's divine power barrier might not be able to seal his aura. Finished. He waved his hand and brought Mu Tianyang with him, descending directly into the sky above the Devil's Land. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Just like Mu Tianyang before, the energy of the 4 symbols infinite divine pill almost burst his body. Purple gold dragon blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. After a while, boom, his aura smoothly broke through to the peak of the perfect war god realm. But there were no signs of failure. It soared crazily all the way to the perfect war god realm. This, Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. He actually succeeded in breaking through in one go? This luck really made people jealous. I already said, this is not a matter of luck, it's a matter of character. Thus, in the future, it's best that you do less outrageous things. Even if it's not for yourself, it's best that you accumulate more virtue for your descendants. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at Mu Tianyang, and laughed mockingly. Mu Tianyang's face was full of disdain, and said, Cultivation, we have already broken through. The next step is to open the door of potential. Do you have the herbs for the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pill? You still have the nerve to talk about this? I was the one who set my eyes on that black dragon first. Qin Feiyang said. It has something to do with me? Mu Tianyang asked back. All right, it has nothing to do with you. Then I want to see who will help you refine the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pill. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang's expression froze and said with a smile, Let's talk, let's talk. I only have 1 dragon soul, I definitely can't give it to you. But I found 2 dragon god flowers, I can give you one. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly said, Don't fool me. Why would I fool you? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes, took out a palm-sized jade box from the universe ring, and threw it to Qin Feiyang, and said, See for yourself. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box suspiciously, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the jade box, there was a small purple flower lying quietly. It was about half the size of a baby's fist, and there were a total of 12 small petals. The shape was very similar to a hibiscus, and each small petal was emitting a hazy divine light, looking very beautiful. It's really the flower of the dragon god, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at Mu Tianyang and asked, Where did you find this? Mu Tianyang said, I got it by accident when I looted the treasure vaults of a few big families. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seems that sometimes there are some benefits to doing some evil things. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said, Why do I feel like you're scolding me? No. This time, I definitely don't mean to scold you, I'm praising you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, Since it's for me, then I won't stand on ceremony, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at the smile on Mu Tianyang's face, and suddenly felt uneasy. This Mu Tianyang, he knew too well, it was impossible for him to be so kind-hearted. Aren't I still short of the primordial spirit lotus? Help me think of a way. Mu Tianyang smiled. Sure enough. Qin Feiyang muttered. For a person who only cared about profits, giving others things must have some ulterior motives. A man's words carry enormous weight. Since you said you'll accept it, you can't go back on your words. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, pondered for a while, and said, "I'll go out and wash the blood stains on my body first." "I'll go too," Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang released his perception, found a pool, and descended above the pool with Mu Tianyang. The two jumped directly into the pool, a chill in their hearts. Mu Tianyang found a stone, lay in the water, looked at the night sky, and sighed, "I didn't expect that we would cooperate again. I didn't want to cooperate with you at all." Qin Feiyang also sat on a stone, looked at Mu Tianyang, and said lightly while washing the blood stains on his body, "Don't be so heartless. Thinking back, except for the last time in the miracle, we have always been like enemies, like friends, but not like enemies. In fact, I personally think that you and I are quite fated." Mu Tianyang smiled. "Even if we are fated, it's an ill-fated relationship," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled, then fell silent, enjoying the rare peace. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang, and also leaned on the edge of the pool, looking at the night sky without saying a word. Time flew. The sun rose slowly from the horizon. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, jumped out of the pool, and changed into clean clothes, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "It's morning, don't lie down, get up and contact Shangguan Qiu." "I didn't establish a contract with her." Mu Tianyang shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, Mu Qing appeared on the shore out of thin air. Mu Tianyang took out the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir from the interspatial ring, threw it to Mu Qing, and said, "This elixir is for you, and contact Shangguan Qiu." "Thank you, ancestor." Mu Qing took the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir, her face full of gratitude, and then took out the image crystal. Chapter 2070. Buzz. So, Shangguan Qiu's virtual shadow appeared. She looked at Mu Qing and said, "Don't tell me you've already succeeded?" "It depends on our cultivation." When Mu Qing sent the message, Mu Tianyang left the pool and put on his clothes. He walked to Mu Qing and released his aura. A perfect realm of war. Shangguan Qiu's eyes trembled. She asked, "Where's Jiang Haoyan?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang also walked to Mu Tianyang's side and released his aura. "He's also a perfect realm of war." Shangguan Qiu murmured in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Your sister saw it with her own eyes last night. You can ask her if you don't believe me." "I believe you." "Of course." Shangguan Qiu came back to her senses and nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Let's talk." Mu Tianyang consciously retreated to the side and motioned for Mu Qing not to interrupt. He knew he was not as good as Qin Feiyang when it came to negotiation. "Of course we'll talk. Why don't we go to the Yulan Pavilion and have a good talk?" Shangguan Qiu said. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's talk like this." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "All right, then we'll follow the old rules. The treasure pavilion will provide the herbs and you'll be in charge of refining it. We'll pay you." Shangguan Qiu said. "An elixir that could help a god of war break through to the next realm would definitely cause an uproar." "Pay us?" Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled. The 4 symbols infinite divine elixir is different from the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir and the 9-fold dragon blood elixir. So it's called the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir. Shangguan Qiu murmured and nodded. "I know. In terms of value, the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir and the 9-fold dragon blood elixir can't be compared to the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir." Qin Feiyang said, "Since you know that, do you think you can get rid of us with a little payment?" "What do you want?" Shangguan Qiu asked. She knew it wouldn't be that easy. 50-50. For example, if a 4 symbols infinite divine pill is auctioned for 100,000 soul stones, your treasure pavilion will get 50,000 soul stones, and will get 50,000 soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. "This?" Shangguan Qiu frowned and said angrily, "Isn't your request a little too much? The herbs are all provided by the treasure pavilion. But the pills were refined by us. You have the herbs, but without our help, what's the use?" Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Qiu continued, "But the auction is organized by the treasure pavilion, and you want to split the profits 50-50. Isn't that a little too overbearing? Since you don't agree, then forget it. I'll go find the great elder." I believe that he will definitely be interested in the 4 symbols infinite divine pellet. As for the everlasting divine fruit and the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts, I also believe that other than your treasure pavilion, there should be quite a few treasures in the resource hall. Even if we don't have it, 9 Heavens Palace will definitely be able to get it. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Shang Guanqiu was annoyed. He was obviously threatening her. If she didn't agree to split the profits 50-50, she would have to work with the Great Elder. If she really worked with the Great Elder, the treasure pavilion would suffer a great loss. Is there really no room for negotiation? 50-60 is fine too. After all, the treasure pavilion has contributed more than you. Shang Guanqiu asked. Judging from her tone, she had already compromised. Qin Feiyang said, if I take 60 and you take 40, then I have no objections. You wish. Shang Guanqiu's face was full of disdain. After pondering for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, fine, 50-50 it is. But I have a request. What request? Qin Feiyang asked. In the future, you can only give me the 4 symbols infinite divine pellet. In other words, except for me, no one else is allowed to give it to you, especially the higher-ups of 9 Heavens Palace. Shang Guanqiu said. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, I'll immediately contact the treasure pavilions in East Hill, West Desert, and South Wilderness to prepare the herbs. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Shang Guanqiu said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, you can directly contact the treasure pavilions in East Hill, West Desert, and South Wilderness? Of course. Not only 9 Heavens Palace, but the treasure pavilion also has a teleportation altar that can directly teleport you there. Shang Guanqiu said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. After thinking for a while, he said, I need a few more herbs. Help me prepare them. Shang Guanqiu was stunned. His eyes lit up as he asked, are you going to research some new elixir? A new elixir? How can it be so easy to research it? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Shang Guanqiu smiled embarrassedly and said, then what do you need? Qin Feiyang said, the dragon god's flower, the primordial spirit lotus, and the dragon soul. What? The dragon soul? Shang Guanqiu was shocked. The divine soul of a dragon. Remember, it must be a real divine dragon. In addition, its cultivation must be at least a perfected god of war. Qin Feiyang said. A perfected god of war divine dragon. Shang Guanqiu was stunned. There were very few divine dragons in this world. Even if they could find one, no one would be willing to kill it. Of course. I'm not asking for it for free. I'll buy it from you according to the market price. Qin Feiyang said. It's not about whether it's for free or not. The primordial spirit lotus and the flower of the dragon god are fine, but the dragon soul. Shang Guanqiu furrowed his beautiful brows and hesitated. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I believe the treasure pavilion has the ability to do so. I can't promise you this now. I'll have to ask my master and the deputy pavilion master first. Shang Guanqiu pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shang Guanqiu said, then I'll go and prepare the herbs for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. Qin Feiyang said. Okay, wait for my news. After Shang Guanqiu finished speaking, the virtual image quickly disappeared. Mu Qing also put away the image crystal. Mu Tianyang laughed and said, we'll split it 50-50. We'll make a lot of money this time. Qin Feiyang smiled and lowered his head. He pondered for a while and said, if only the demon ancestor was here. Why do you say that? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. If he's here, then I can find a chance to kill the demonic dragon beside him. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. This guy was indeed ruthless. Fortunately, the demon ancestor and the demonic dragon were not here. Otherwise, they would be so angry that smoke would come out of their nostrils. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully and said to Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing, I've given you the elixirs. You can go back first. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, about going to the castle to cultivate, there's no room for discussion. Qin Feiyang directly interrupted Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang could not help but be disappointed. He sighed and said, "It seems that we can only stay in the Crimson Gold Divine Pagoda for a while." Although the rule of time in the Crimson Gold Divine Pagoda was not as good as the castle, it was better than nothing. Qin Feiyang asked, "So, you're going to challenge the people on the Earth Roll?" "What else?" "I wanted to challenge the people on the Heaven Roll and make a lot of money. But according to my investigation, the people on the Heaven Roll are all too strong. I'm not sure. If you're willing to let me go to the castle, it won't be so troublesome." Mu Tianyang said helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, "What about the resource hall? Don't forget, we agreed that we would enter the resource hall together. These are two unrelated things. If we go to the resource hall, we'll only go there to work. Normally, we'll still be in our own cave abode." Mu Tianyang said, "I see. I thought that after entering the resource hall, the cave abode would be arranged in the resource hall." Qin Feiyang said, "There are no cave abodes in the resource hall. Forget it, I won't beg you. There's no time like the present. I'll challenge the number 1 person on the Earth Roll now and take down the 10th floor of the Crimson Gold Divine Pagoda." Mu Tianyang sneered, his entire body exuding a sense of confidence. Qin Feiyang did not doubt this point. With Mu Tianyang's methods, not to mention that he had broken through to the perfect war god realm, even when he was still a perfect war god realm, he was enough to shake the disciples on the Earth Roll. But it was not shaking. It was crushing. Mu Tianyang had the strength. "How about it? Do you want to take a gamble?" Mu Tianyang encouraged. "Take a gamble? If you challenge a disciple on the Heaven Roll, then Feng Yuan might let Jin Fatso go to the battlefield to take a gamble. But if it's someone on the Earth Roll, that's a business that's guaranteed to lose. Why would Feng Yuan do it? Moreover, Feng Zijuan's life and death are unknown. Feng Yuan is not in the mood. Today's gamble is definitely not going to happen." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Then he brought Mu Tianyang and appeared in the alchemy room. After Mu Tianyang and his companion left, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He kept the Nether Devil Flame and the Azure Phoenix Cauldron into the ancient castle. Then he entered the Black Tortoise world and descended in the sky above the desert. Below, Feng Zijuan was like a dead dog, lying in the boundary on the verge of death. But when he saw Qin Feiyang, he immediately shuddered and quickly got up. "Jiang Haoyan, why are you here?" That was because Qin Feiyang had not changed his appearance yet. So, when he saw Qin Feiyang appear here, he was very surprised. He did not know that the person who kidnapped him was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and looked at Feng Zijuan in surprise. "Isn't this senior brother Feng Zijuan?" It's me. Feng Zijuan nodded. "What's going on with you?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "It's a long story. Junior brother Jiang, quickly save me. I'll give you 100 million spirit stones. No, I'll give you 1 billion. Feng Zijuan not only did not realize that the person who kidnapped him was Qin Feiyang, but instead looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. His face was full of pleading. 1 billion spirit stones? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, "This is really attractive, but I may not be able to open this boundary." "I believe you can open it," Feng Zijuan said anxiously. "Okay, I'll try." Qin Feiyang nodded, stepped in front of the boundary, and punched the boundary. However, the barrier didn't even tremble. "Use more strength," Feng Zijuan urged. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted him. Divine power rolled out and he punched the boundary again, but there was still no movement. "It's over, it's completely over." Feng Zijuan collapsed on the ground. Looking at Feng Zijuan's desperate expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. But he still wanted to tease him for a while, so he held back his laughter and asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, did you offend someone?" Chapter 2071. I don't know either. During this period of time, it seems that except for you, I haven't offended anyone? Feng Zijuan shook his head and said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then why are you imprisoned here?" "I really don't know. At that time, I was cultivating in the cave when 2 people suddenly appeared. Not only did they destroy my sea of qi, but they also locked me up here. I don't know where the hell is this place? I can't get any help from the heavens and earth. Feng Zijuan said in despair. Qin Feiyang glanced around and said, "This place seems to be a space divine object." "I think so too. How about this? You help me inform my grandfather will definitely have a way." Feng Zijuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "This is a space divine object, I can't get out." "That's true." Feng Zijuan lowered his head, looking depressed. Wait. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Since this was a space divine object, then how did this person come in? Suddenly, he looked up and stared at Qin Feiyang, his face full of surprise. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Feng Zijuan said in a deep voice, "Why are you here? Are you an accomplice of the two kidnappers?" "Accomplice?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Everyone knows that if you want to enter a space divine object, you have to get the permission of the owner. Now that you're here, if you're not their accomplice, then what are you? Feng Zijuan said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, looked at Feng Zijuan and said, "I'm really not an accomplice, I'm the mastermind, because I kidnapped you." What? Feng Zijuan suddenly stood up. "I thought you could think of this, but I seem to have overestimated your IQ. You actually asked me for help?" Qin Feiyang could no longer hold back and laughed. In this situation, anyone with a little brain would think that the other party might be the one who kidnapped him. And this person asked him for help at the first moment. This IQ was really touching. "You're the mastermind? Are you the one who kidnapped me?" "But I saw the two people who kidnapped me with my own eyes." "It wasn't you?" Feng Zijuan said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky speechlessly and said, "Could it be that you don't know that there is something called the illusory form pill in this world?" When Feng Zijuan heard this, his body began to tremble. His face was filled with fear. "What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Pluck. As soon as Qin Feiyang's voice fell, Feng Zijuan knelt on the ground and begged, "Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, I was wrong in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't argue with me, okay? I'll apologize to you and kowtow to you. As long as you let me go, I'll give you a huge sum of compensation." Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Then tell me, how much is the compensation?" "I'll give you whatever you want. I'll give you as much as you want. And I swear that I won't play any tricks. Just do me a favor and let me go. In the future, I'll never find trouble with you again. Even if I see you, I'll immediately take a detour." Feng Zijuan said. "Give me whatever I want," Qin Feiyang murmured and said with a smile, "This condition is really tempting, but unfortunately, I've already revealed my true identity." If he really let Feng Zijuan go now, the Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan would directly kill him without Feng Yuan's help. Because he kidnapped Feng Zijuan in the Jiutian Palace, this was a huge crime. Even if Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder wanted to use him to deal with Feng Yuan, they wouldn't dare to absolve him. "It's okay. I won't tell others that you kidnapped me, including my grandfather and the others. Please believe me." Feng Zijuan looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. "Believe you?" Qin Feiyang sneered and stepped into the barrier. "You should be hiding a divine artifact in your body, right? You." Feng Zijuan's face turned pale. "There really is." Qin Feiyang muttered. Although Feng Zijuan didn't say it clearly, his current reaction was enough to explain everything. Qin Feiyang released his spiritual will and poured it into Feng Zijuan's body. So, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. In Feng Zijuan's qi, there were actually two divine artifacts floating. A 3-foot-long sword and a white armor. And judging from the aura, it was a peak-level divine artifact. Not bad, not bad. 2 peak-level divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, and then changed the topic. With a shocking sharpness, he shouted, "Come out immediately, or I will destroy your body and destroy your soul." A peak-level divine artifact had already given birth to a spirit. And for a divine artifact of this level, the intelligence of the spirit was no less than that of a human. So no matter who said it, they could understand. Not long after Qin Feiyang's voice fell, two divine artifacts flew out from Feng Zijuan's qi. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Seeing this, Feng Zijuan hurriedly said, Junior brother Jiang, let me go, I will give you these two divine artifacts. Do I still need you to give it to me now? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. He left the enchantment and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, a shadow appeared. Big brother Jiang. This shadow was Gong Zifeng. Looking at Gong Zifeng's shadow, Feng Zijuan's face was full of disbelief. How was this Gong Zifeng related to Jiang Haotian? And from the way Gong Zifeng addressed Jiang Haotian and the expression he showed, it seemed that they were not familiar with each other. Qin Feiyang said, Come over now. But didn't you say at night? Gong Zifeng said. Because his back was facing Feng Zijuan, Gong Zifeng didn't know that Feng Zijuan was here. But be careful, don't be followed. Qin Feiyang said. Okay, I'll be right there. Gong Zifeng nodded. After turning off the image crystal, he immediately disguised himself and flew towards the first sacred peak. Feng Zijuan also finally came back to his senses, staring at Qin Feiyang and asked, What is your relationship with my brother? He is your brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Feng Zijuan said angrily, Nonsense, the entire Nine Heavens Palace knows that he is my brother. Qin Feiyang said, But they don't know that Gong Zifeng is not your biological brother. What? Feng Zijuan looked at Qin Feiyang dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang said, Do you want to ask why I know so much? Feng Zijuan nodded instinctively. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Of course, Gong Zifeng must have told me. Feng Zijuan roared. He even told you this, what is your relationship? My relationship with him, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, I don't know yet, it depends on his choice. Choice? Feng Zijuan frowned. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything more and appeared in the cave. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the cave's stone door opened, and an ordinary-looking young man in black walked in quickly. It was Gong Zifeng. After the cave's stone door closed, he took a facial restoration pill and restored his original appearance. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said indifferently, I'll take you to see someone. Gong Zifeng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He brought Gong Zifeng and directly descended in front of the barrier. When he saw Feng Zijuan inside the barrier, Gong Zifeng's expression suddenly changed. Qin Feiyang said, Yes, the one who kidnapped him is me. Gong Zifeng was stunned, and when he came back to his senses, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Are you crazy? You actually kidnapped him in Jiutian Palace. Do you know how big of an impact this matter will have on you? Also, why did you bring me to see him? Now that he sees us together, won't he know our relationship? He might even mistakenly think that I'm your accomplice. At that time, Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai will definitely not let me go. Gong Zifeng was burning with anxiety. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, As long as you're willing, no one will know that he was kidnapped by me, and it won't implicate you. As long as I'm willing? Gong Zifeng frowned, his face full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang said, It seems that your ability to understand is still not good enough. I'll make it clear, as long as you kill him now, kill him. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Gong Zifeng's body suddenly trembled. There was no need for Qin Feiyang to say it, he understood. Don't you hate him? Didn't this person often bully you in the past? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, what are you hesitating for? Qin Feiyang said. But Gong Zifeng hesitated. Third brother, you have to think carefully. Although we don't have the same mother, we're still born from the same father. The same blood flows in our bodies. I'm your biological big brother, you can't be instigated by him. Feng Zijuan finally understood Qin Feiyang's intention and hurriedly looked at Gong Zifeng and called out. Gong Zifeng looked at Feng Zijuan, as if it was difficult for him to make a decision. Of course. I won't force you. If you don't kill him, I can let you and your brother go, but you have to keep the kidnapping a secret. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Zijuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Third brother, Quickly tell him that you don't want to kill me and we can leave. Gong Zifeng stuttered, his face full of struggle. Third brother. In the past, big sister, grandpa, father, mother, and I were prejudiced against you, but now I've reflected on it. I promise you that we'll be a family in the future, and I'll treat you like my own younger brother. Haven't you always wanted to give your mother a status? When we go back, I'll immediately persuade Grandpa to give your mother a status, and let her bones be buried in our Feng family cemetery. Feng Zijuan said. Gong Zifeng's eyes trembled and he asked, Really? I'm not lying to you, really. Feng Zijuan nodded. Gong Zifeng turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Big brother Jiang, what do you think I should do? Decide for yourself. Qin Feiyang's face was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Gong Zifeng looked at Feng Zijuan again. Feng Zijuan was anxious, and he said, Third brother, don't be foolish. Feng family. Gong Zifeng clenched his fists, and the scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind, and a hint of anger gradually appeared between his brows. Chapter 2072. Seeing the change in Gong Zifeng's expression, Feng Zijuan could not help but panic. He had never taken Gong Zifeng seriously in the past. Gong Zifeng even used to bully him. However, he never thought his life and death would end up in Gong Zifeng's hands one day. Third brother, we're family, Feng Zijuan blurted out anxiously. Shut up. Gong Zifeng roared furiously. He stared at Feng Zijuan with a ferocious expression and said, Ask yourself, have you ever treated me as your family? Feng Zijuan panicked even more. He said, It's all in the past. Why are you still holding on to it? I swear I'll treat you as my younger brother. It's all in the past. No. It's not all in the past. You can let it go, but I can't let it go, let alone forget it. Even now, I still remember the despair and pain my mother felt before she died. And it's all because of Feng Wenhai and the Feng clan. The sins you've committed will never be forgiven. Gong Zifeng roared. His body was filled with resentment while his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Feng Zijuan's body trembled. His face turned pale. What could he do to escape this calamity? Come and save me. Gong Zifeng turned to Qin Feiyang and said murderously, Brother Jiang, let me in. As you wish. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. The barrier formed by the force of the rules of order immediately turned into chains that shot forward like poisonous snakes. They firmly bound Feng Zijuan's limbs, preventing him from moving. Gong Zifeng glanced at Feng Zijuan. Initially, I still had some hope for Feng Wenhai and the rest of you. After all, you're my family. That's why I pleaded for leniency for Feng Wenhai in the square and asked Big Brother Jiang to let him go. I thought it would move you, but in the end I realized how wrong I was. I just want to ask you, is it wrong for me to clear my mother's name? I only have a small wish. Why can't you fulfill it? You people are simply too cold-blooded. I'm thoroughly disappointed in all of you. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs because soon, Feng Wenhai and the others will accompany you. Gong Zifeng sneered as he walked towards Feng Zijuan. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a mad beast. No, third brother, these matters can all be discussed. We were wrong in the past. We didn't consider your feelings. Feng Zijuan shook his head in panic, feeling extremely desperate. It's too late. It's too late. I've had enough of these years of humiliation. Gong Zifeng slowly shook his head and walked in front of Feng Zijuan. With a clanging sound, a dagger appeared, flickering with a cold light. No, I beg you, Feng Zijuan roared. Go down and accompany my mother in death. Gong Zifeng smiled sinisterly. He raised his dagger and stabbed it into Feng Zijuan's head. A shrill scream resounded in the air above the desert. Feng Zijuan's eyes widened in anger as he stared at Gong Zifeng with resentment and roared, You and Jiang Haoyan will both die a horrible death. Following that, Feng Zijuan's head tilted and he died on the spot. However, Gong Zifeng also collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Looking at the blood-stained dagger in his hand, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He actually killed Feng Zijuan? It felt like a dream. Do you know? At this time, Qin Feiyang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, slowly walked behind Gong Zifeng and said indifferently, "Once, I also did this kind of thing and I killed more than one. My father's sons were almost all killed by me." Killed all? Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and asked, "After killing them, weren't you afraid?" "Afraid? No. At that time, there was only joy in my heart." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Joy," Gong Zifeng muttered. "Am I showing off?" "There is nothing to show off about brothers killing each other. I just want to tell you that since you have already made a move, then you must have the courage to face the other side." Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you." Gong Zifeng said gratefully and stood up. He lowered his head and looked at Feng Zijun's corpse. There was no longer any fear in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Actually, your choice saved your life." "What do you mean?" Gong Zifeng was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in puzzlement. "Slowly understand it yourself." Qin Feiyang smiled and controlled the Black Tortoise realm. He quietly left the cave and flew toward the inner sect deacon hall. Gong Zifeng lowered his head and carefully pondered Qin Feiyang's words. Suddenly, his gaze trembled as he raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes. He finally understood. This time, it was actually a test. If he killed Feng Zijun with his own hands, then this person would always help him in the future. But if he chose to plead for Feng Zijun, then this person would kill him and Feng Zijun together. Thinking of this, Gong Zifeng couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he wasn't soft-hearted just now. Otherwise, he would definitely be a corpse now. After a while, the Black Tortoise realm flew above the inner sect deacon hall. Qin Feiyang observed for a while. He only saw Jin Yunchang in the deacon hall and didn't see Frenzy. Then, he directly threw Feng Zijun's corpse on the square of the deacon hall. Jin Yunchang, who was sitting in the deacon hall, heard the commotion outside and raised his head suspiciously and looked outside. "Is it Zijun?" When he saw a corpse on the square, his expression suddenly became suspicious and he hurriedly ran out. "It's really Zijun. Damn it. Who is it?" His divine sense rolled out and covered all directions. But in the void he couldn't find anything, because Qin Feiyang had already left with the Black Tortoise realm. "Men," Jin Yunchang roared. The first to rush over were the inner sect disciples below the deacon hall. What? Feng Zijun was actually killed? Who on earth is so daring to not only kidnap Feng Zijun, but also kill him and even deliberately send the corpse in front of Jin Yunchang? As more and more disciples came, the place became noisier. Everyone's heart was filled with disbelief. It was one thing to not destroy the corpse after killing someone, but to deliberately send it here. Wasn't this a clear provocation to the Feng family? What a terrifying method, what terrifying courage. Zijun Tsun. Accompanied by a roar, Feng Yuan and Feng Zihan landed on the square with a murderous aura. Looking at Feng Zijun's corpse, their faces were full of pain. "Tell me, who is it?" Feng Yuan suddenly landed in front of Jin Yunchang and grabbed his clothes. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. "I don't know." Jin Yunchang shook his head. "Trash, trash." Feng Yuan directly slapped Jin Yunchang's face. Jin Yunchang was sent flying on the spot, spitting blood from his mouth. His teeth were all broken, but he did not dare to complain. Swish. Suddenly, another figure landed on the square. It was Lunatic. Looking at Feng Zijun's corpse, Lunatic immediately frowned slightly. Feng Zihan shouted, "Lunatic, what are you doing as an inner sect elder? Someone committed murder in the inner sect and you don't even know." Lunatic said angrily, "Bitch, don't bite me. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. As an inner sect elder, you can't escape the blame for not protecting your disciples." Feng Zihan snorted coldly. "If you had informed me at the first moment, I would indeed be responsible for Feng Zijun's death. But you didn't do so, so it has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and get the corpse away, don't dirty my territory." Lunatic said with a face of disdain. Hearing Lunatic's words, Feng Yuan was furious and roared, "Little bastard, you've gone too far. Bang. Immediately after, he took a step forward and slapped Lunatic with his palm. Swish. But at the same time, Shangguan Fenglan appeared in front of Lunatic out of thin air, raised her slender hand and slapped. Boom. Feng Yuan was forced back a few steps on the spot. Shangguan Fenglan's face was also slightly pale. Obviously, the strength of the two was about the same. Feng Yuan, I can understand your current mood, but what Lunatic said makes sense. After all, you didn't inform us at the first moment, so we didn't have time to investigate. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Feng Yuan and said expressionlessly. It's our fault for not informing you in time. What about now? When can you find out the real murderer for me? If you can't find out, you don't deserve to be an inner sect elder and the law enforcement hallmaster. Feng Yuan shouted. It's not up to you to decide whether we deserve it or not. Get the corpse away. As for the real murderer, we will try our best to investigate. Shangguan Fenglan said indifferently. Not try your best, but you must find out, otherwise I won't let you off. Zihan, let's go. Feng Yuan stared at Shangguan Fenglan and said gloomily. Then he shouted coldly at Feng Zihan and turned to leave angrily. Feng Zihan picked up Feng Zijuan's corpse, glanced at Lunatic who was standing aside as if it had nothing to do with him, and also turned to leave. This is going to be a big mess. Yes. Feng Yuan's most beloved grandson is Feng Zijuan. If the real murderer can't be found, there will be no end to it. The surrounding disciples were whispering. What's there to see? Get lost. Lunatic glanced around and suddenly shouted. The group of disciples' faces changed and they immediately dispersed. Jin Yunchang. Lunatic looked at Jin Yunchang again. Elder. Jin Yunchang looked at Lunatic with fear and trepidation. Others have sent the corpse here openly, but you still haven't seen the murderer. Tell me, what's the use of keeping you? Lunatic said. Jin Yunchang looked aggrieved. What did this have to do with him? Feng Yuan was mad at him, and Lunatic was also questioning him. How could he be so wronged? What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going to investigate for me? Everyone in Jiutian Palace, including the disciples on the Heaven list and Earth list, interrogate them for me. If anyone doesn't cooperate, kill them without mercy. Lunatic shouted. Jin Yunchang responded and hurriedly turned to leave. Chapter 2073. After Jin Yunchang left, Madman looked at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned. Do you know who it is? Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback and said coldly, even you, an inner sect elder, don't know. How would I know? Don't mention this inner sect elder. He just took office and caused such a huge commotion. How unlucky. This person doesn't give me any face. If you want to cause trouble, why can't you wait until I leave office? Madman was rather annoyed. Leave office? I'm afraid it's impossible in a short period of time. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and also soared into the air, turning into a stream of light and disappearing without a trace. Madman retracted his gaze, lowered his head and pondered. Could this matter be related to Qin Feiyang? Who cares? My mission is to eat, drink and play. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Madman grinned and returned to the duty hall. He lay on the chair and leisurely drank tea and dozed off. The first sacred peak. Cave abode number 1. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, Gong Zhongfeng looked at Qin Feiyang and asked worriedly, will this matter blow up too big? Qin Feiyang sized up the 2 divine artifacts floating in the air and said with a faint smile, this is the effect I want. Gong Zhongfeng shook his head speechlessly. This person was truly unscrupulous in his actions. Following. He also looked at the 2 divine artifacts with a trace of desire in his eyes. With Feng Zijuan's death, these 2 divine artifacts became ownerless, but he didn't know if this person was willing to give them to him? Qin Feiyang laughed. You should know about these 2 divine artifacts. Sky Luo Battle Armor, Dragon Drawing Sword. They are both peak-level divine artifacts. To be honest, sometimes I am really jealous of Feng Zijuan and Feng Zihan. Gong Zhongfeng said. Jealous? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said, so, Feng Yuan has never given you a divine artifact. He didn't even give me a soul stone. Why would he give me a divine artifact? Gong Zifeng smiled coldly. He waved the dagger in his hand and said, I obtained this dagger through my own efforts. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dagger. Judging from its aura, it was only a high-grade divine artifact that had just given birth to an artifact spirit. Tianluo battle armor, dragon luring sword. Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself. He shook his head and said, I can't give you these two divine weapons. I know. It's a pinnacle divine artifact after all. Gong Zifeng nodded, feeling somewhat regretful. Don't misunderstand. It's not because they're peak-level divine artifacts. It's because the Feng family recognizes them. When you take it out, they will immediately know that Feng Zijuan's death is related to you. In other words, these two divine artifacts will only do you harm, not good. Qin Feiyang said. His words woke her up from her dream. Gong Zifeng could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He was truly blinded by greed. He did not even think of this point. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent the dragon-luring sword and Tianluo battle armor to the castle for Zhao Tailai and the others to distribute among themselves. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Zifeng and reminded him, go back first. During this period of time, don't do anything and try not to contact me. Gong Zifeng was stunned and said in surprise, you mean Feng Yuan and the others might suspect me? I won't rule out this possibility. In short, be careful in the future. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Gong Zifeng nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Gong Zifeng to the living room of the cave. After watching Gong Zifeng leave, he sat on the chair and lowered his head to ponder. Feng Zijuan was dead. Who was the next target? Feng Zihan? He was too strong. Feng Yuan? Even stronger than Feng Zihan. That left only Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui. Wait a minute. He had been in the Nine Heaven Palace for so long and many things had happened, but why hadn't this Yin Hui appeared yet? However, Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. It seemed that he could rest for a period of time and cultivate well. He would think about it after he became stronger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was stunned. With a wave of his hand, the stone door of the cave opened, and he saw Hui Yi standing at the door with a solemn face. What's wrong with you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hui Yi entered the cave and closed the stone door behind him, asking, Did you kill Feng Zijuan? What did you say? I don't understand. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Don't pretend. This matter must have something to do with you. This time, didn't you make too much of a fuss? If you want to kill Feng Zijuan, I won't object, but you can't do it in the Nine Heaven Palace. Do you know how big of an impact this will have on the Nine Heaven Palace? Also, Jin Yunchang is now fully investigating this matter, and he will probably find us soon. Hui Yi was annoyed. I also want to kill him outside the Nine Heaven Palace, but he has been holed up in the cave and I can't find a chance. Qin Feiyang was helpless. You can wait for the chance. Hui Yi rolled his eyes and sat opposite Qin Feiyang, saying, Let me tell you, if this matter is exposed, don't drag me down with you. I still want to live for a few more years. Do you think with our current relationship, I still need to drag you down with me? Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. Hui Yi's expression stiffened. That was right. If it was really exposed, he would definitely become the target of the hunt. I'm really going to die because of you. Hui Yi glared at Qin Feiyang and asked, Does Shengguan Fenglan know about this matter? Not only does she know, but she also participated. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. Hui Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, But then again, what do you want the white tiger blood essence for? With Shengguan Fenglan's protection, there shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feiyang sized up Hui Yi and said, This is your real purpose for coming to find me. Hui Yi smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, Shengguan Fenglan also knows. You can ask her, and you can also get close to her while you're at it. You know me the best. Hui chuckled. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, saying, You really have feelings for her? Can this matter be joked about? Hui said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Then you have to be careful. This woman is not a good person. Don't end up not only not getting her, but also being used by her. What do you think I am? Am I that stupid? Hui was unhappy. Fine, 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 do as you see fit. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Anyway, this woman, I have to get her. Hui chuckled, looking extremely wretched, but suddenly he was stunned. He looked up and down Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in surprise, "What's wrong with your cultivation?" This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Hui said, "Don't tell me that you're hiding your cultivation again." No. In the past, I was indeed hiding at the perfect war god realm. Didn't I get a lot of soul stones now? That's why I broke through to the perfect war god realm. Qin Feiyang laughed. Who would believe you? But it's not important. Tell me, for a woman like Shangguan Fenglan, how can I capture her heart in the shortest time? Hui asked. How would I know? Besides, this Shangguan Fenglan has status and strength. Think about it carefully, she doesn't lack anything at all. Qin Feiyang said. Wrong. She lacks the love of a man, she lacks the nourishment of love. Forget it, telling you this is like playing the lute to a cow. I'd better go and find her directly. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, then got up and ran out in a hurry. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He even dared to provoke a woman like Shangguan Fenglan. He had to admit that this guy was really bold. That afternoon, Mu Tianyang really went to challenge the number one person on the Earth board. As Qin Feiyang expected, Jin Fatso didn't come to open the bet. And the result of the challenge was also unquestionable. Mu Tianyang used his overwhelming strength to directly kill the number one person on the Earth board. This battle also made his name known in the Ninth Heaven Palace, making him a popular genius. That night, Jin Yunchang also came to the cave to interrogate Qin Feiyang. Without any evidence, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all and casually fooled Jin Yunchang. As for the Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan, they acted as if they didn't know about this matter and never came to find Qin Feiyang. And the next morning, another piece of news spread. The recruitment of the Resource Palace was delayed by half a month. When Qin Feiyang received this news, he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, Feng Zijuan had died. Feng Yuan definitely had to deal with his funeral first. Time passed day by day just like that. Qin Feiyang was in the ancient castle, concentrating on breaking through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. Breaking through to the half-step Divine Lord realm wasn't a small matter. After breaking through to the Perfection War God realm, Qin Feiyang's refining speed increased by a lot. Now, he could refine about 150 stones a day. But one had to know. To break through to the half-step Divine Lord realm from the Perfection War God realm, one had to refine 100 million spirit stones. 100 million! After careful calculation, to refine 100 million spirit stones, it would take at least 1800 years. Even in the ancient castle, one day was equivalent to a year, so it would take more than 1800 days. After conversion, it would be a full 5 years. In other words, even if he cultivated non-stop in the ancient castle, it would still take him 5 years to refine all 100 million spirit stones. 5 years, what kind of concept was this? For other disciples, 5 years was too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. After all, compared to more than 1800 years, 5 years wasn't even a fraction. But for Qin Feiyang, 5 years was too long. He regretted taking the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. Because it was too early. He should have waited until he broke through to the Perfection War God realm before taking it. After all, to break through from the Perfection War God realm to the Perfection War God realm, he only needed to refine 10 million spirit stones. The time needed was much shorter. About 270 days, less than a year. In other words, if he didn't take the 4 symbols infinite divine pill now, he would first break through to the Perfection War God realm in less than a year. If he took the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, he would be able to break through to the half-step Divine Lord realm in one go. This would save a lot of time. But there was nothing he could do. Who asked Feng Yuan to raise the requirements to enter the Resource Palace? If he didn't break through to the Perfection War God realm, he wouldn't be able to enter the Resource Palace. Compared to the Resource Palace, cultivation was only secondary. After all, The spirit vein was controlled by the resource palace. Moreover, Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder were also forcing him to enter the resource palace. However, with his example, Zhao Tailai, the mermaid princess and the others would wait until they broke through to the perfection war god realm before taking the four symbols infinite divine pill. At that time, they would naturally break through to the half-step divine lord realm before Qin Feiyang. Chapter 2074. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. The people and beasts in the ancient castle had all broken through to perfect war god level. In other words, now, except for Dan Wangkai, no one was below perfect war god level. Everyone was working hard. They wanted to step into perfect war god level as soon as possible so that they could take the four symbols infinite divine pill. And outside, during this period of time, there was a lot of trouble. They couldn't find the culprit for a long time, and Feng Yuan had already made a scene in front of the Great Elder. And he would make a scene every 2 or 3 days. What could the Great Elder do? He could only try his best to comfort him. Frenzy was still the same as before, leaving everything to Jin Yuncheng. His daily life was very comfortable. This morning, Qin Feiyang was also forced to come out of seclusion. On one hand, Mu Qing came looking for him. On the other hand, today was the registration day of the resource hall. Inside the cave, Mu Qing took out 4 jade bottles and a Qiankuan bag. The 4 jade bottles were the size of half a baby's fist, and they were filled with half a bottle of blood. Inside the Qiankuan bag, there were hundreds of jade boxes. So many! Qin Feiyang looked at the jade bottles and jade boxes and frowned. Yes. 100 everlasting divine fruits and 100 drops of blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. Shangguan Qiu asked me to tell you that she hopes to give it to her tonight, and then she will auction it tomorrow. Mu Qing said, "Tonight there's still time. But didn't we agree that you will refine the elixirs?" Qin Feiyang said, "Isn't there no alchemy fire and alchemy furnace? And you also know that refining these elixirs requires at least level 50 mental strength. My ancestor and I don't have enough mental strength. The most important thing is that Shangguan Qiu specifically asked you to refine it." Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang frowned. It was indeed recorded in the pill scripture that one needed level 50 mental strength to refine these elixirs. But Shangguan Qiu nodded and asked him to refine it. Wasn't this a bit strange? Why did she ask me to refine it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. She said that the pills you concocted had more pill veins than the pills we concocted. Naturally, the effects would be better than the pills we concocted. Naturally, the price would be higher. Mu Qing said. I see. Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. Then he sized up Mu Qing and asked curiously, "I know about your spiritual power, but what level has Mu Tianyang's spiritual power reached?" Mu Qing said, "Ancestor's spiritual power will soon reach level 50. Very soon? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, "Could it be that he also has a secret technique like the soul refining technique?" Of course. And it's not just my ancestors. I have one too. Mu Qing smiled proudly. You have one too? Qin Feiyang had an astonished look on his face as he asked, "Where did you guys get it?" Of course, he didn't need it, but Dan Wangkai had to have it. Otherwise, even if Dan Wangkai broke through to the war god realm, he wouldn't be able to help him refine these pills. Because his spiritual power was far from enough. Mu Qing said, "The martial arts treasury of the 9th Heaven Palace." The martial arts treasury? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You still don't know? Mu Qing looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You are indeed a talent. All the inner disciples have the right to enter the martial arts treasury once. There are all kinds of divine skills in the martial arts treasury, including secret soul techniques like the soul refining technique. Mu Qing said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, "Are there many secret soul techniques in the martial arts treasury?" Definitely not many. It all depends on chance and luck. My ancestor went in 6 times and only got 2 secret soul techniques. Mu Qing said. 6 times? Didn't you say that you can only go in once? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The inner disciples only have 1 chance, but the disciples on the Earth board have 5 chances. It adds up to 6 times. Mu Qing said. The disciples on the Earth board have such benefits? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, what about me, a disciple of the Saint Peak? The disciples of the Saint Peak seem to have 2 chances, and the disciples on the Heaven board have more chances. They can go in 10 times. Mu Qing was full of envy and then said, as for the outer disciples, they don't even have 1 chance. 2 chances, Mu Tianyang used 6 times. With my character, 2 times is enough. Qin Feiyang muttered. Do you really think you have a good character? Mu Qing rolled her eyes. She had never seen such a shameless person. Of course. The 4 symbols infinite divine elixir is the best proof. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and waved his hand. Go back first and come back tonight to pick up the elixir. You must go to the treasure pavilion tomorrow at the auction and see the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir with your own eyes, in case Shangguan Qiu plays tricks. Mu Qing said lightly, my ancestor has already told me about this. You don't have to worry about it. But I don't really trust you either. How about this, I'll ask Fire Lotus to go with you tomorrow. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at Mu Qing with a smile. Suit yourself. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Mu Qing snorted and turned to leave quickly. The martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He got up and closed the stone door of the cave residence. Looking at the jade bottle and Qiankuan bag on the table, he shook his head helplessly. To be honest, the last thing he wanted to do now was to refine elixirs. Wait a minute. Mu Qing had left, and Shangguan Qiu was also not here. Then he could totally do something. For example, he could refine 100 pills, give Shangguan Qiu 90 pills, and then say that the other 10 pills were wasted? Good idea. 10 4 symbols infinite divine pellets was a huge fortune. He was immediately energized. He grabbed the jade bottle and Qiankuan bag and walked into the alchemy room. Then, he took out the green phoenix cauldron and the netherworld demonic flame and started to refine elixirs. He did not go to the ancient castle to refine elixirs because he did not want to disturb everyone's cultivation. Time passed quietly. At noon, 104 elephants infinite divine pills were finally out of the furnace. After refining for so long, Qin Feiyang could not take it anymore. This was because the 4 elephants infinite divine pills were not like the previous elixirs. Refining the 4 elephants infinite divine pills not only required high concentration throughout the entire process, but also consumed a lot of mental energy. So after half a day he was also quite tired. But fortunately, none of the pills were wasted. After resting for a while, he sent the green phoenix cauldron and the netherworld demonic flame into the ancient castle. Then he put away the 10 4 elephants infinite divine pills, put the remaining 90 pills into a jade box, and left the cave. Where are you going? Just in time. Hui came back from outside and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang said. Martial arts treasury? Hui was slightly stunned and said, I don't think I've been there before. Why don't we go together? Sure. It just so happens that I don't know where the martial arts treasury is. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The martial arts treasury is even deeper. Hui said with a smile. Then he turned around and flew into the depths. Qin Feiyang followed closely beside him. Qin Feiyang observed Hui along the way. This person would laugh foolishly from time to time. Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully, looking at you, have you made any progress? What progress? Hui was stunned and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, nonsense, of course, it's about you and Shangguan Fenglan. Her. Hui suddenly smiled, glanced around and whispered, to be honest, there is really a little progress. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Half a month ago, after I left your place, didn't I go to find her? At first, I thought that she would still treat me coldly like before. But guess what happened? Hui laughed. Anyway, it's impossible for her to have deep feelings for you. Qin Feiyang said lightly. That's definitely impossible. But her attitude has changed for the better. At least when we are alone, she is not as cold as before. Sometimes I can even see a little smile. Hui said. Is that it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Otherwise? Hui asked. I thought it was something else. Her attitude has changed a little, and you are so happy. I am really convinced by you. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. What do you know? Feelings can't be rushed. You have to take it slowly. Now it's because the time is too short. As time passes, it will definitely get better and better. But, when Hui said this, he frowned again. But what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hui sighed deeply and said, she will ask a few questions about your situation from time to time. Ask me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you understand? She is using my mouth to fish out your details. Maybe her attitude has improved because she wants to find out something from me. Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang said in shock. So you're saying that she's really using you? I don't know. But I am not stupid. When she asks questions that I shouldn't answer, I simply pretend to be stupid. Hui chuckled. Brilliant. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. Hui shook his head proudly. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, there is something that we need to discuss. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Hui said, 4 symbols infinite divine pill. You already know? Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, when I went to find Shengguan Fenglan that day, she already told me. But I will give you one. I don't have any more. Qin Feiyang said. Do I look like a greedy person to you? Hui glared at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took out a 4 symbols infinite divine pill and threw it to Hui. Hui caught it in his hand, his eyes shining. 9 elixir veins. Amazing, amazing. But the registration for the resource hall is today. Are you going? Hui asked. Of course. But it's still early. Let's go to the martial arts treasury first and then register. Qin Feiyang said. Hui pondered for a moment and said, to tell you the truth, I also want to go. What are you going to do? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You think you can covet the 9 heavens palace's soul vein? Hui snorted. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He quickly covered Hui's mouth and looked around vigilantly. He said angrily, are you trying to kill me? Hui also realized that he had said something he shouldn't have. He quickly transmitted his voice. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and let go of his hand. He secretly said, Shengguan Fenglan should be the one who instigated you to go to the resource hall, right? Chapter 2075. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right. Originally, I didn't plan to go, but 2 days ago, when I went to find Shengguan Fenglan, she suddenly mentioned this matter and asked me to go with you. Actually, I know. She just wants me to monitor you. Hui said helplessly. So, you agreed? You really value love over friendship. Qin Feiyang despised. How is that possible? Even if I listen to her, we are still good brothers. You can rest assured. I will never betray my brothers for a woman. Hui patted his chest as he solemnly vowed. Come on. In the future, it's better for me to keep a distance from you, lest I have to help you count the money when you betray me. Qin Feiyang said. I'm not happy with what you said. After being together for so long, have I ever betrayed you? Hui said angrily. Who knows what will happen in the future? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hui suddenly became annoyed. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the mountains below. This sudden change caused Hui to be taken aback. He followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, but he didn't find anything in the mountains below. What's wrong? Hui was suspicious. I faintly feel hostility again. Qin Feiyang whispered. Hostility. Hui frowned and looked at the mountains below again. There was indeed nothing. Are you having an illusion? Impossible. This hostility is exactly the same as the last time we entered St. Peak. Qin Feiyang said. Hui was surprised. Could it be that someone is targeting you? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then, you have to be careful in the future. Hui secretly warned. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at the mountains and rivers below. A glint flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go." The two continued to move forward. About 56 miles away from the St. Peak, there was a wide river. The river was calm and clear. And at a certain place beside the river, there was a black castle. The ancient castle was several hundred feet tall, like a huge mountain, and it exuded a majestic aura. On the gate of the ancient castle, there were 4 bold words carved into it. Martial Arts Treasury. The door was tightly shut. In front of the door, there was a small square. The ground was covered with a layer of green bricks, and traces of weathering could be seen everywhere. In the center of the square, a black-clothed old man sat upright on the ground. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was recuperating from his injuries. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong landed on the square. This person is also one of the big shots of our 9 Heavens Palace. He is extremely strong and is in charge of guarding the martial arts treasury. As for his status, he is comparable to Feng Yuan and Shangguan Fenglan. Hui transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. An existence comparable to Feng Yuan and Shangguan Fenglan must not be underestimated. Disciple Hui and Disciple Jiang Haoyin greet milord. The two bowed. The black-clothed old man slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the two, a light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Why have you come to the martial arts treasury?" Hui respectfully said, "We want to enter the martial arts treasury." Identity token. The black-clothed old man said. The two took out their identity tokens. The black-clothed old man glanced at them and said, "You only have 2 chances. You can only choose 1 iron box each time. You can also choose 2 at a time, but you cannot enter the martial arts treasury in the future." Understood. The two nodded. Remember, you are not allowed to mess around in the martial arts treasury, and you are not allowed to steal. Otherwise, no matter who it is, you will be killed without mercy. The black-clothed old man said. Disciple will remember. The two bowed. The black-clothed old man waved his hand and the martial arts treasury's gate slowly opened. He said, "Go in. The time limit is 1 hour." Qin Feiyang and Hui took a deep breath and strode into the martial arts treasury. The time limit of 1 hour meant that they could only stay in the martial arts treasury for 1 hour. Once the time limit was up, they had to come out. As soon as the two entered the martial arts treasury, they were immediately dumbfounded. This martial arts treasury was at least thousands of feet in size. Inside, there were rows of iron shelves neatly arranged. And on the iron shelves, there were countless black iron boxes. These iron boxes, regardless of size or appearance, were exactly the same. At a glance, it was unknown how many there were. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of an iron shelf and looked at the dozens of iron boxes on it. His eyes were full of curiosity. Just as he stretched out his hand and was about to grab one of the iron boxes, Hui Yi's face changed. He hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Qin Feiyang. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him puzzledly. "You can't take it randomly. Because once you pick it up, the martial arts treasury will automatically judge that you have chosen this iron box and will directly send you out." Hui explained. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his hand. "There is a full hour. There is no rush to choose. Let's take a look first." As Hui walked, he glanced at the iron boxes on the shelf. "Can you use divine sense to peek?" Qin Feiyang looked for a while and asked. "You can try." Hui said. "Let's try." Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and rushed towards the iron boxes around him. However, in the next moment, he froze. These iron boxes were actually able to block the prying of divine sense. Naive. These iron boxes are all made of hidden soul stone. Divine sense can't peek at all. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and then frowned. "The same size, the same shape, and you don't need to use divine sense to peek at them. This is completely dependent on luck." It is dependent on luck. Inside these iron boxes, there are low-grade divine arts and perfect divine arts. It is said that there are even legendary divine arts, but it depends on whether you have the luck to get them. Hui said. Legendary divine art. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. So far, other than the 6-word divine art, the strongest divine art he had was the divine dragon art. Peak divine art. Of course, there were also 3,000 incarnations. However, these 3,000 incarnations were a bit special and couldn't be judged by ordinary levels. Time passed in a flash. Half an hour was almost up. The two of them had finished looking through the entire martial arts treasury. I'm too lazy to come in again. I'll just choose 2 at a time. Hui stopped in front of an iron shelf, glanced at the iron boxes on it, and shook his head. It's all based on luck. It doesn't matter, just choose 2 at random. Finished. Hui stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 iron boxes on the 4th row of the iron shelf. And immediately after, an invisible force emerged, and Hui immediately disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned, retracted his gaze, and glanced at the surrounding iron shelves with a hesitant expression. Which iron box should I choose? If there were more opportunities, it wouldn't matter. But now he only had 2 chances. Just as he was hesitating, the door of the martial arts treasury slowly opened. Didn't Hui Yi's 2 chances have been used up? Qin Feiyang suspiciously turned his head to look at the door, only to find that the person who came in was not Hui Yi, but a black-clothed youth. That person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was neither fat nor thin. His thick black hair draped over his back like a waterfall, and his whole body exuded an unfathomable aura. Qin Feiyang sized up the black-clothed youth. Why did he look so familiar? But he didn't think too much about it. After all, there wasn't much time left. Choosing an iron box was more important. He retracted his gaze and glanced at the surrounding iron shelves, unable to make a decision. The black-clothed youth only glanced at Qin Feiyang for a moment, and then wandered around the martial arts treasury. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. The black-clothed youth slowly walked to Qin Feiyang's side, sized up the iron boxes on the iron shelves, and suddenly said, "Jianghu, let's make a bet." Make a bet? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth suspiciously and said, "Are you talking to me?" What was going on? He wanted to make a bet with him for no reason. Was he crazy? The black-clothed youth nodded, but did not turn his head. He continued to scan the iron boxes on the iron shelves. He really is crazy. Qin Feiyang secretly muttered and shook his head. Not interested. Not interested, the black-clothed youth murmured and laughed. I didn't expect that even you, Jianghu, would not dare to do something. His words were filled with blatant mockery. What do you mean? Do I know you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. You don't know me, but I know you. How about it? Do you dare to make a bet? The black-clothed youth said, still not turning his head. Are you here to pick a fight? Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, what are we betting on? We each choose an iron box, and see whose divine art is of a higher grade. As for the bet, it's our lives. The black-clothed youth said. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He actually wanted to gamble with his life? Do I have a grudge against you? Other than a deep hatred, there was no other reason to make such a risky bet. That's none of your business. I'm just asking if you dare. The black-clothed youth said indifferently. I don't even know who you are. Why would I bet with you? Qin Feiyang finished speaking and looked away. He was not afraid, but because such a bet was meaningless. Is that all you have? The black-clothed youth's voice sounded again. Just as the voice sounded, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He felt that familiar hostility again. Could it be? He suddenly turned around and looked at the black-clothed youth, only to see that the black-clothed youth was staring at him at this moment. His eyes were full of hatred. The hostility I felt the last 2 times was really from you. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The black-clothed youth said word by word, my name is Nye Kong, Nye Yun's elder brother, the eldest son of the Star River City Lord. Qin Feiyang was shocked. No wonder he came to gamble with his life. It turned out that he was Nye Yun's elder brother. Obviously, this person wanted to avenge Nye Yun. But why did he choose to gamble with his life in such a way? Even he could not see through this person's cultivation. It was obvious that he was a monarch god expert. A divine lord-level powerhouse could totally formally issue a challenge to him. In this way, the chances of winning would be higher. And gambling like this was simply a matter of luck. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Chapter 2076. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You killed my brother and slaughtered everyone in my Nye family. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a man. Nye Kong coldly stared at Qin Feiyang. His expression was like that of a wild beast. Wait. It's true that I killed your brother, but the death of others has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyang frowned. Besides you, who else could it be? Nye Kong said angrily. Your words are a bit unreasonable. Just because I killed your brother, you can't push the blame of the Nye family's destruction to me. Moreover, it was your brother who tried to assassinate me first. I was just defending myself. What's wrong with that? Qin Feiyang said. Nye Kong said angrily, cut the crap, do you dare to bet or not? I won't bet. Qin Feiyang shook his head decisively. He wasn't so stupid to risk his life with this person. It seems that you're just SOSO. Nye Kong sneered. I'm wondering, why do you have to use this method to bet your life with me? Why don't you challenge me and have a fair fight on the battlefield? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It was fine if Qin Feiyang didn't say so, but once he said so, Nye Kong was like a raging beast, roaring, with madman protecting you. Do you think I dare to challenge you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Now in Ninth Heaven Palace, who doesn't know that you're madman's man? If I challenge you, I'm afraid that before the battle even starts, I'll be charged with a groundless crime and die in his hands. After all, he's now an inner court elder and has the right to kill us inner court disciples. Nye Kong said helplessly. This, Qin Feiyang was speechless. Madman helped him because of the original agreement, but he didn't expect it to cause such an impact. In fact, it was a misunderstanding. Madman wouldn't help him in the future. However, such a misunderstanding was also good. With Madman's deterrence, it could save a lot of trouble. Are you a man or not? If you are, then bet with me. Nye Kong shouted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that if he didn't agree today, this person wouldn't give up. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, how about this? Let's change the stakes. It's better for both of us. What bet? Nye Kong asked. Qin Feiyang said, the loser has to run naked for 3 days in the inner and outer sanctum. All right. Nye Kong nodded and turned to look for the iron box. He really agreed? Qin Feiyang was speechless. One had to know. This was running naked for 3 days, not 3 laps. It could be said that it was more painful than death. Did she really hate him that much? What was done could not be undone. It was too late to regret. Qin Feiyang continued to scan the iron box. He had come to the martial arts treasury purely to try his luck and see if he could find a secret soul technique. However, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. He didn't have the face to do something as shameful as running naked for 3 days. But the iron box could block the prying of the divine sense. How could he find it? Qin Feiyang, do you believe me? Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Shadowless. Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly rejoiced and said without hesitation, of course I believe you. The Shadowless said, then go to the left corner. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to look at Nye Kong, and walked to the left corner. In the corner, there were more than a dozen iron shelves, with a total of thousands of iron boxes, densely packed. And then? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. The 3rd iron shelf on the right, the 6th row from left to right, the 5th iron box. The 2nd iron shelf on the left, the 3rd row from left to right, the 4th iron box. Take these 2 iron boxes and you can leave. Don't get me wrong. This time I helped you not because of your bet, but purely because I want to use the martial arts treasury to improve your strength. In the future, don't make such a childish bet. The Shadowless said. Thank you. I will remember. Qin Feiyang said gratefully in his heart. Then he walked to the 3rd iron frame on the right. He looked at the 6th row and counted carefully. Then he grabbed the 5th iron box. Following closely, he took another step and instantly landed in front of the 2nd iron shelf on the left, grabbing the 4th iron box on the 3rd row. As soon as the 2 iron boxes were in his hands, the invisible force shrouded him. The next moment, he disappeared without a trace. So fast? Nie Kong saw this and frowned. Looking at the iron shells around him, he finally gritted his teeth, grabbed an iron box, and was sent out of the martial arts treasury. Outside, on the square, when Qin Feiyang appeared, Hui was looking down at the 2 jade slips in his hand, his brows tightly knitted together. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 jade slips and looked at Hui with a smile. Looking at your expression, it seems like you didn't find the divine art you like? It's obvious. Tell me, why am I so unlucky? Not to mention the peak-level divine art, the legendary level divine art, at least give me a perfect divine art, right? But these 2 divine arts are not even high-grade divine arts. Hui said angrily. Then what level of divine art is it? Mid-grade? Qin Feiyang asked. Hui shook his head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and muttered, not even mid-grade, could it be a low-grade divine art? Hui nodded bitterly. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This guy's character was too bad. He reckoned that he was comparable to Mu Tianyang. Hui sighed helplessly and looked up at Qin Feiyang, coldly snorting, "Don't gloat, maybe the divine art you took out is worse than mine." "Shut your crow's mouth." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. This was a matter of face, he absolutely couldn't make a mistake. Of course, the Shadowless definitely wouldn't lie to him. But he couldn't relax. What if Nie Kong's luck was heaven-defying and found a divine art that was better than his? Swish. At this time, Nie Kong also appeared on the square. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he directly opened the iron box in his hand, and a dazzling divine light suddenly emerged. Looking at the divine light, Nie Kong's face suddenly had a trace of joy. Looking at the situation, its level is definitely not low. Hui looked at Nie Kong with envy. Nie Kong took out the jade slip and sank his divine sense into it. The joy on his face was even stronger. What level of divine art is it? Qin Feiyang muttered. A moment later, Nie Kong withdrew his divine sense and respectfully handed the iron box to the old man in black, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Perfect divine art, you can verify it yourself." Finished. He threw the jade slip to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hadn't moved yet, but Hui was one step ahead, grabbing the jade slip and checking it. Gradually, the veins on his forehead gradually bulged. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and roared angrily, "Heavens, why are you so unfair? Both of my iron boxes contained low-grade god arts, yet this person took out a single iron box, and it actually contained a perfect god art. I refuse to accept this. It's really a perfect divine art," Qin Feiyang muttered. Hui withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, sighing, "Not only is it a perfect divine art, but it's also a soul secret art. A perfect level soul secret art is at least comparable to a peak divine art." What? Soul secret art? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, looking at the jade slip in Hui's hand, his heart burning. At this time, the old man in black looked at Hui and said, "Wrong. The value of a perfect level soul secret art is comparable to a legendary divine art." Hearing this, Hui's face twitched, looking at the old man in black, frowning. Did he cheat? Otherwise, how could he find such a good divine art? Impudent. The old man in black's face darkened. Hui's face changed, hurriedly saying, I'm sorry, I was confused by anger, I didn't do it on purpose." The old man in black said coldly, "My 9 Heavens Palace's martial arts treasury is all based on luck. There has never been any cheating. Don't let this old man hear such words again." Yes. Hui nodded. Nie Kong smiled proudly, looked at Hui and said, "Return the jade slip to me." "I'm so envious." Hui sighed, reluctantly throwing the jade slip to Nie Kong. Nie Kong caught it in his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Jianghu, it's your turn." "There's something wrong with the atmosphere." Hui looked at Nie Kong and Qin Feiyang. When Nie Kong entered the martial arts treasury, he saw it with his own eyes, but he didn't think much about it. But now, looking at the expression and tone of the two, there was something wrong. Could it be that something happened in the martial arts treasury that he didn't know about? Soul's secret art. Qin Feiyang murmured, looking down at the two iron boxes in his hand. He couldn't help but worry. Even the old man in black said that the jade slip in Nie Kong's hand was comparable to a legendary divine art. Legendary divine art. Could the two divine arts in his hands be compared to it? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Otherwise, you can just admit defeat. Nie Kong joked. With this soul secret art, it was equivalent to having victory in hand. Admit defeat? Hui was stunned. It seemed that something unknown had really happened in the martial arts treasure house. The old man in black also looked at the two of them with interest. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and released his hands. The two iron boxes immediately floated in the air, then he waved his hand, and the lids opened at the same time. Buzz! Wisps of brilliant godly light surged forward like a tide. Looking at this scene, Hui's eyes immediately widened and were filled with disbelief. The old man in black, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up and looked at the two iron boxes in shock. The smile on Nie Kong's face gradually disappeared, because the divine light emitted by the two jade slips was several times brighter than the jade slip in his hand. But Qin Feiyang didn't relax. After all, the soul secret art Nie Kong obtained was comparable to a legendary divine art. He stretched out his hand, took out the two jade slips, and poured his divine thought into them. A huge amount of information suddenly flowed into his mind. Legendary divine art, soul destruction technique. Legendary divine art, sky trampling 9 steps. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually 2 legendary level deity arts. How is it? How is it? Hui asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at Hui and said, soul destruction technique, sky trampling 9 steps, both legendary divine arts. What the hell? Hui's eyes widened in anger. 2 legendary divine arts? What kind of joke was this? This luck was heaven-defying. Chapter 2077. Soul destruction technique, sky trampling 9 steps, at the same time. The black-clothed old man looked at the 2 jade slips in Qin Feiyang's hands and muttered to himself. He was also in disbelief. There weren't many legendary level divine arts in the martial arts treasury. It could even be described as very few. And since the creation of the 9 Heavens Palace, there were no more than 5 people who had obtained legendary level divine arts in the martial arts treasury. But this person actually picked 2 legendary level divine arts at once? What kind of luck was needed in this situation? If he didn't know the martial arts treasury well, he would have suspected that Qin Feiyang had cheated? Nie Kong was also dumbfounded. Although the soul secret technique in his hands was comparable to the legendary level divine arts, the other party had 2 legendary level divine arts in his hands. The winner and loser of this contest was clear. He lost. However, he didn't want to believe it. To obtain 2 legendary level divine arts at once, this was even less likely than a pie falling from the sky. Let me see. Nie Kong stretched out his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang as he said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang smiled and gave it to Nie Kong. Nie Kong grabbed the jade slips and sank his divine sense into the 2 jade slips. His face suddenly became sluggish. Hui also leaned forward and used his divine sense to check. There really are 2 legendary level divine arts. Why, this is too unfair. At that moment, he screamed again, his face full of unwillingness. Not to mention Hui and Nie Kong. In fact, Qin Feiyang also felt like he was dreaming. Although he knew that the shadowless man would definitely not lie to him, he never thought that what he found for him was actually 2 legendary level divine arts. Too unexpected, too pleasantly surprised. The black-clothed old man looked away and looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Return the iron box to this old man." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and quickly handed the 2 iron boxes to the black-clothed old man respectfully. The black-clothed old man took the iron box and smiled hoarsely. "You are very lucky, but remember, Don't be arrogant and cherish these two divine arts. This disciple will remember. Qin Feiyang bowed and said. The black-clothed old man nodded and returned to his original position. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Alas! A moment passed. Nie Kong let out a low sigh and returned the 2 jade slips to Qin Feiyang, saying, I didn't expect that after obtaining the secret soul technique, I would still lose to you. Fate really makes fools of people. It's just that my luck is a little better than yours. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Can you two stop being so sarcastic? Have you considered my feelings? Hui angrily said. Compared to the deity arts obtained by these two people, his little bit of harvest was a joke. It couldn't even be considered as trash. However, Qin Feiyang and Nie Kong ignored him. I'm a man of character. If I say I'll run naked, then I'll run naked. Nie Kong glanced around and took off his shirt without any hesitation. Wait! Qin Feiyang stopped him. Nie Kong was suspicious. Let's find a place to talk in private. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he soared into the air and flew towards the inner sect. Nie Kong frowned, put on his clothes, and chased after Qin Feiyang. Naked? Hui looked at the two of them suspiciously and quickly chased after them. Dozens of breaths later, Qin Feiyang landed on the top of an uninhabited mountain. Nie Kong and Hui also landed on the mountain peak one after another. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Nie Kong and asked, Are you a alchemy master? Nie Kong shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, Then how about we make a deal? What deal? Nie Kong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Give me that secret soul technique, and I'll forget about the matter of running naked for 3 days. Running naked for 3 days? Hui was taken aback. Looking at the two of them, he wondered, What kind of agreement did you make in the martial arts treasury? It has nothing to do with you. Qin Feiyang glanced at Hui, then looked at Nie Kong. The value of the secret soul technique is indeed great, but the consequences of running naked for 3 days is not a trivial matter. Nie Kong's brows furrowed. That's true. If you really run naked for 3 days, I'm afraid you won't have the face to continue staying in Nine Heavens Palace. Hui looked at Nie Kong. Although he didn't understand, Qin Feiyang's goal was obviously the secret soul technique in Nie Kong's hands, so he planned to help Qin Feiyang. He didn't need to do anything else, he just needed to fan the flames from the side. Nie Kong looked at the two of them, his brows furrowed even tighter. Running naked for 3 days, losing all face, a secret soul technique comparable to a legendary grade divine art, how should he choose between the two? Hui continued, Besides, you're not an alchemy master, the secret soul technique is useless. Nie Kong said, I can take it to sell soul stones. Then you have to run naked. It's still a full 3 days. At that time, even if you get a lot of soul stones, you won't be able to erase this shame. Hui said lightly. Nie Kong frowned, hesitating. How about this? I'll give you another 100 million soul stones. In this way, you don't have to run naked, and you can also earn a lot of soul stones. It's the best of both worlds. Qin Feiyang said. 100 million soul stones. Nie Kong was petrified on the spot. 100 million. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was really rich. Take your time to think about it. When you've decided, come to the Saint Peak to find me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned and left. Nie Kong lowered his head and suddenly gritted his teeth, looking at Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Nie Kong. Deal. Nie Kong nodded, then took out a jade slip and threw it to Qin Feiyang. It's quite straightforward. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade slip, checked it a little, and then sent a message to the fire lotus in the castle to prepare 100 million soul stones. So, 100 million soul stones were ready, and Qin Feiyang handed it to Nie Kong. Nie Kong checked it a little and put it away, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said coldly, The matter between us is not over yet. Anytime. Qin Feiyang said. Pumph. Nie Kong snorted coldly, turned around and streaked across the sky like lightning, disappearing. Hui asked suspiciously, Brother Jiang, who is this person? Nie Yun's elder brother, Nie Kong. The hostility I felt the previous 2 times was from him. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Hua Yi nodded and said, so you guys had a conflict in the martial arts treasury? He was the one who took the initiative to come to me and wanted to bet his life with me. Moreover, he thought that the destruction of his Nie family was related to me. It seems that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. What a headache. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Trouble was what he was most afraid of. He only wanted to cultivate well and then look for his ancestor. Why was it so difficult? Hua Yi smiled faintly. Since it's trouble, then it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Get rid of it? Why don't you try? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. How can I be his opponent? Hua Yi laughed embarrassedly. Then why did you say it? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Although Nie Kong had not revealed his cultivation, from the aura he exuded, he was at least a perfect divine lord. An expert of this level was not an ordinary person. Of course, with his current cultivation, it was not impossible for a perfect divine lord to deal with a perfect divine lord, because the six-word divine arts could ignore large realms. However, if he really fought, it would be hard to predict what would happen during the fight. If he was injured and exposed the purple gold dragon blood, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, if he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to fight. Even if he was forced to fight, he had to find a hidden place. At least there was no third person present. Hua Yi looked at the jade scroll in Qin Feiyang's hand and said sourly, this time, you've earned a lot. Not only did you get 2 legendary level divine artifacts, but you also got a secret soul technique. Thinking about it, I can't help but want to strangle you to death. How could you have such good luck? This is something that can't be envied. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and lowered his head to check the jade scroll. This secret soul technique was called the soul-gathering divine art. After cultivating this technique, one could actively increase the level of their mental strength. But the process was somewhat slow. It was very similar to the soul refining technique. But it didn't matter. Anyway, one day in the ancient castle was equivalent to 1 year. After Dan Wangkai broke through to the war god realm, it wouldn't be long before his mental strength would break through to level 50. After putting away the jade scroll, Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and sent a message to Mu Tianyang to go to the resource hall to register. Then, he flew towards the resource hall with a face full of joy. Sigh. Normally, I haven't done anything that offends the heavens and reason. Why is my character so bad? Hua Yi followed beside Qin Feiyang with a face full of grief. 9 Heaven Palace. Deep in a courtyard. What? 2 legendary level divine arts. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan stood together. Looking at a figure in the void in front of them, their faces were filled with shock. That figure was the black-clothed old man guarding the martial arts treasury. I knew that you wouldn't believe me, but I saw it with my own eyes. The black-clothed old man smiled bitterly. How could this be? The first time he entered the martial arts treasury, he got 2 legendary level divine arts. He couldn't have done something, right? Shangguan Fenglan said. This kind of thing could be described as a miracle. It was really hard to accept. Tampering? The black-clothed old man smiled helplessly and said, you all know the situation in the martial arts treasury. There is no possibility of tampering. It can only be said that his luck is too good. The great elder asked, then what 2 divine arts did he get? The black-clothed old man said, soul destruction technique, sky trampling 9 steps. What? The great elder's face was full of shock. Shangguan Fenglan was also shocked and muttered, these 2 divine arts were left behind by the first-generation palace master of our 9 Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, Shangguan Fenglan looked at the great elder and said, this child obtained these 2 divine arts at once. Does this mean that he has already obtained the recognition of the first-generation palace master? The recognition of the first-generation palace master. The black-clothed old man glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and lowered his head to ponder. The first elder was silent as well. The scene fell into a deathly silence. After an unknown amount of time, the great elder let out a long breath and looked at the black-clothed old man with a smile. This old man and Fenglan still have some things to discuss. That's all for now. All right. The black-clothed old man nodded, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Chapter 2078. After the black-robed old man's silhouette dissipated, the Grand Elder withdrew his gaze and sat on the chair, saying, "Fenglan, you seem to have told this old man that this child and Mu Tunyang had researched a kind of four symbols infinite divine pellet?" Shengguan Fenglan nodded and said, "I saw it with my own eyes. After Mu Tunyang took this pill, he broke through to the perfection war god realm." "Then why didn't you ask for the pill formula?" The Great Elder was suspicious. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and hurriedly said, "First Elder, this isn't appropriate, right? After all, the four symbols infinite pill was painstakingly researched by them. If we do this, wouldn't it be forcing them against their will? As disciples of Nine Heaven Palace, they have the responsibility and obligation to contribute to our Nine Heaven Palace." The Great Elder laughed. This, Shengguan Fenglan frowned. Obviously, the Great Elder was determined to get the pill formula of the four symbols infinite divine pill. Of course, our Nine Heaven Palace will not take their pill formula for free. The Great Elder said again. "What do you mean?" Shengguan Fenglan asked carefully. The Great Elder said, "Make an exception and let them enter the purple gold divine pagoda to cultivate and give them 100,000 soul stones every month." Enter the purple gold divine pagoda? Great Elder, this is a treatment that only disciples of the heaven list have. Moreover, there are people on every floor of the purple gold divine pagoda. We can't chase out the other disciples of the heaven list just because of them. Shengguan Fenglan said. There were only 10 floors in the purple gold divine pagoda, and they were occupied by the 10 disciples of the heaven list. In other words, the current purple gold divine pagoda did not have any extra caves. If Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were to enter the purple gold divine pagoda, then they would have to chase out the 2 disciples of the heaven list. If Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang's strength had already reached the level of disciples of the heaven list, then it was nothing. However, the 2 of them were only perfection war gods, not even half-step divine lord. Would others be convinced? There is no need to chase them out. How about this, let the 2 of them live on the same floor. Wouldn't that make one floor empty? The Great Elder laughed. 2 people living on the same floor? Shengguan Fenglan frowned and said, Great Elder, our 9 Heavens Palace has never had such a precedent. The Great Elder said, rules are dead, but people are alive. We must know how to be flexible. All right, I'll ask them first. After all, this kind of thing can't be forced. We have to get their consent first. Shengguan Fenglan said. They will agree. After all, the purple gold divine pagoda contains a time array. It's a place that all disciples dream of. The Great Elder smiled confidently. That's true. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. The Great Elder said, actually, this old man is doing this to nurture them. Nurture them? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. What do you think? Do you know how everyone will talk about me behind my back if I let 2 disciples who aren't even divine lords enter the purple gold divine pagoda? This old man is under a lot of pressure at most. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who told Jianghu to be recognized by the first-generation palace master? The Great Elder sighed. Shengguan Fenglan said in surprise, listening to what you said, do you want to nurture him as the next palace master? The Great Elder was stunned and said with a wry smile, you're exaggerating. Which of the top 10 disciples on the heaven list isn't a talented person? He has no chance to be the next palace master's successor. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh at herself. That's right. Although Jianghu's attainments in alchemy were extremely high, his strength was still far from a true disciple on the heaven list. And as the palace master of the 9 Heavens Palace, strength was actually the most important thing, and alchemy was only secondary. Because if one didn't have enough strength, then they wouldn't have the ability to let the 9 Heavens Palace stand on the territory of the northern region forever. Resource Hall. Outside the square. At this moment, tens of thousands of people were gathered, all of them inner disciples. Among them, there were even disciples from the top 10 Saint Peaks. Naturally, they were all here to sign up. And in the center of the square, A golden-robed fatso sat majestically on a chair. Two little followers stood respectfully by the side. This person was Jean Fatso. In front of Jean Fatso, there was a table. On the table, there was a booklet. The names of those who signed up would be recorded in the booklet. Jean Zhou, Perfect Circle War God. A black-clothed young man said as he strode forward with a grim expression on his face. Jean Fatso nodded. After recording the name, he raised his head and looked at Jean Zhou with a smile in his eyes. Jean Zhou also smiled knowingly and then retreated to the side. It's Mu Tunyang. He actually came too. This guy is also a ruthless person. Yeah. Half a month ago, he went to challenge the number 1 person on the Earth list. At first, no one was optimistic about him. But in the end, the number 1 person on the Earth list didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him. He's the same as Jianghu. He just entered the 9 Heavens Palace not long ago. I didn't expect him to reach the top of the Earth list. How terrifying! The crowd suddenly became restless. Everyone turned around and saw a youth in purple robes with his hands behind his back. He walked in the air step by step. Who else could it be but Mu Tunyang? Although he restrained his natural emperor aura, he was still like a bright star that made people look up to him. Shua. Mu Tianyang stepped onto the plaza. Greetings, Senior Brother Mu. Many people immediately bowed and saluted. Although the disciples on the Earth list couldn't be compared to the disciples on the Heaven list, they still had a lot of prestige in the 9 Heavens Palace. Especially the number 1 person on the Earth list. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly and walked in front of Jean Fatso, saying, Mu Tianyang, Perfect Circle War God. Jean Fatso was stunned. What's wrong? Mu Tianyang smiled and asked. Jean Fatso said, You're already the number 1 person on the Earth list. Your treatment is much better than the Resource Palace. Why are you still here to sign up? Is there a rule that the number 1 person on the Earth list can't enter the Resource Palace to work? Mu Tianyang asked. No. Jean Fatso subconsciously shook his head. Then I can't. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly and walked to the side. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and remained silent. That outstanding temperament was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Jean Fatso regained his senses and hurriedly memorized Mu Tianyang's name. But in his heart, he was puzzled. Previously, when he met Mu Tianyang's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. One must know. His cultivation was higher than Mu Tianyang's. Why would he have such a feeling? Look. It's Jiang Haoyan. And Hua Yi. Why are the two of them here too? Not long after. The crowd became restless again. Mu Tianyang finally reacted. He looked at Qin Feiyang and a smile appeared on his face. Hello, Senior Brother Jiang. You're here too. When Qin Feiyang landed on the square, the disciples came forward to compliment him. Once a person became famous, his status would naturally be different. What's more, everyone now thought that Frenzy was Qin Feiyang's backer, so they were even more polite. Qin Feiyang didn't put on any airs and greeted them with a smile. However, a cold glint flashed in Fatty Jin's eyes without leaving a trace. On the surface, however, he still maintained a friendly and amiable appearance. He stood up and smiled. Brother Jiang, you've also come. Senior Brother Jean, am I not welcome? Qin Feiyang smiled. No. Jean Fatso waved his hand repeatedly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule and sighed. Senior Brother Jean, you're not keeping your promise. Not keeping my promise? Jean Fatso was taken aback and asked suspiciously, Junior Brother Jiang, why do you say that? Last time, didn't you say that you wanted to be a peacemaker and invite me and Senior Brother Feng Zijuan to the Jade Zither house for a few drinks and forget about our enmity? I've been waiting for it, but I didn't get an invitation from Senior Brother Jean. Now that Senior Brother Feng Zijuan has been assassinated, I don't even have the chance to apologize. Qin Feiyang sighed. So it's about this. Jean Fatso muttered and sneered in his heart. This was just a polite remark at that time. He didn't expect this person to take it seriously. Yes. It's my fault. I've been too busy during this period and forgot. I hope Junior Brother Jiang can forgive me. But what is junior brother Jiang doing here today? Don't tell me you're also here to sign up? Jean Fatso said. Yes, I'm here to sign up. Qin Feiyang nodded. This, junior brother Jiang, you shouldn't be clear about the rules, right? This registration requires the cultivation of a perfect war god. You, as a perfect war god, are still a little lacking. Jean Fatso said with some difficulty. That's right, senior brother Jiang. This rule was announced a long time ago. Didn't you see it? The surrounding people also followed. Qin Feiyang looked around and laughed. Who said that I'm a perfect war god? Finished speaking. His aura suddenly exploded. What? Perfect war god? Jean Fatso was stunned. How was this possible? Half a month ago, didn't he just break through to the perfect war god? The surrounding crowd also rubbed their eyes in disbelief. When he first arrived at the Nine Heaven Palace, this person was still a low-level war god. How long had it been? He actually broke through to the perfect war god? Did he eat some kind of miraculous pill? How could it be so fast? Qin Feiyang laughed. To be honest, I've been hiding my cultivation. My true cultivation has always been at the perfect war god. So it's like that. I told you it's impossible to be so fast. I didn't expect senior brother Jiang to still be hiding his strength. Everyone came to a sudden realization and smiled flatteringly. You flatter me, you flatter me. Compared to senior brothers and sisters, my cultivation is still far from enough. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Jean Fatso. He smiled and said, Senior brother Jean, can I register now? Sure. Jean Fatso regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. He remembered Qin Feiyang's name. Hui, perfect war god. Hui also spoke. You're also a perfect war god? Jean Fatso was stunned. That's right. I used to hide my cultivation too. Hui grinned and also released his aura. He was indeed a perfect war god. Actually, the situation was like this. On the way here, he entered the Black Tortoise realm and took the 4 symbols infinite divine pill that Qin Feiyang gave him. Then he successfully broke through to the perfect war god. This was also the reason why he asked Qin Feiyang for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. After all, the requirement to register was to be a perfect war god. If he didn't have the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the perfect war god before registering. Chapter 2079. Jean Fatso was dumbfounded. If they were all hiding their cultivation, then what was the point of raising the registration requirement? Wasn't this equivalent to working for nothing? Hui asked, Senior brother Jean, is it okay? Of course. Jean Fatso quickly nodded and said with a smile, as long as you meet the requirements, you can register. Hui smiled and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. After Jean Fatso memorized the names, he looked at Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Hui and suddenly felt a headache. Hui had always been very low-key. But Jiang Haoyan and Mu Tianyang were both difficult to deal with. Now that they were gathered together, how was he going to deal with them? Fatty Jean sighed inwardly as he looked at the crowd and shouted. Hui smiled and said, This Jean Fatso is a typical person who hides a knife in his smile. He's just a small character. I just want to know what expression Feng Yuan will have when he learns that our registration is successful. Qin Feiyang thought. It will definitely be wonderful. But we can't be careless. This is just the registration, the real assessment is still behind. I guess Feng Yuan will definitely do something during the assessment. Mu Tianyang said. Makes sense. Hui imperceptibly nodded his head. He suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Chen and inwardly said, Brother Jiang, Brother Mu, what's the situation with you two? What? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and looked at Hui suspiciously. I remember when you entered Nine Heavens Palace, you were like sworn enemies. But now, you're working together to deal with Feng Yuan. Your relationship has become a bit exaggerated. Hui said. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. So that's how it is. Hui suddenly smiled. Mu Tianyang's eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice. Brother Hua, actually, you're making me very puzzled as well. Hui was stunned. I've never believed that there are good people in this world. And you, aren't you treating Jiang Haoyan too well? To put it bluntly, you're taking the initiative to get close to me. Mu Tianyang thought to himself. It's a misunderstanding. I'm just a nameless little mouth. Why would I try to get close to you? Brother Jiang and I only got together because we hit it off. Hui laughed. Kindred spirits, Mu Tianyang muttered. He shook his head and smiled noncommittally. Then, he said to himself, speaking of which, why do I feel a familiar aura from your body? What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. Mu Tianyang also had this feeling? Familiar? Hearing that, Hui was slightly startled. He laughed in his heart and said, that might be because my appearance is too ordinary. That's why I gave you a sense of familiarity. Is that so? Mu Tianyang murmured. A light flashed in his eyes. Hui didn't speak again. He looked at the people who signed up. Qin Feiyang glanced at Hui and said, Mu Tianyang, do you really feel a sense of familiarity from Hui? Mu Tianyang secretly replied. When we first met, I also had this feeling. It's because of this feeling that I want to know more about him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. What? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Hui again. His eyes were full of surprise. If only one of them had this feeling, then it could be said to be an illusion. But now, if both he and Qin Feiyang had this feeling, then this matter was worth investigating. This Hui, who exactly was he? Did they really hit it off? Or did he mean to get close to Qin Feiyang? Hurry up, hurry up. After the evening, the registration will stop and the official assessment will begin. Jean Fatso urged. The official assessment will only start in the evening? Mu Tianyang was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui and smiled. Brother Hua, Brother Jiang, why don't we go and have a few drinks? Sure. Hui nodded. If you want to go, you can go. I'm not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So boring. Mu Tianyang and Hui cast a look of disdain at Qin Feiyang at the same time. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye. Mu Tianyang pursed his lips and looked at Hui with a smile. Then Brother Hua, shall we go? Let's go. I also wanted to get to know you better. Hui nodded and smiled. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Qin Feiyang stopped them and asked, Where are you going to drink? Mu Tianyang said, Jade Orchid Pavilion, Jade Zither Pavilion, anywhere is fine. Since we're going to Sky Dragon City, give this to Shangguan Qiu. Qin Feiyang took out a universe bag and threw it to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang grabbed it and glanced at it suspiciously. He asked in surprise, So fast? Inside the universe bag were the 94 symbols infinite divine pellets. Is it fast? Qin Feiyang shook his head disapprovingly. Mu Tianyang looked at it again and raised his eyebrows. He transmitted his voice. Wait, this number doesn't seem right. 10 of them are scrapped. Qin Feiyang said with shame. Scrapped? Or 10? This? Mu Tianyang was stunned and then looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully. He transmitted his voice. Brother Qin, with your skill in alchemy, it seems a bit exaggerated to scrap 10 of them at once. What do you mean? Do you mean that I have to be 100% successful when refining elixirs? Qin Feiyang said to himself, looking a little angry. That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. I just find it unbelievable. After all, the first few times I refined them, they were not scrapped, and then so many more were scrapped. Mu Tianyang said to himself. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, even horses have times when they stumble, let alone humans. Mu Tianyang nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll pass it to Shangguan Qiu later. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave Hui a meaningful glance, and then he turned around and left. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. This Mu Tianyang was not so easy to fool. He glanced at the people in the square and did not hide, directly entering the castle. The white-eyed wolf immediately pounced and said, Show me the legendary level divine skill you got from the martial arts treasury. Get lost. Qin Feiyang slapped the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf immediately howled and crashed into the wall. It was in so much pain that it grimaced. You're always so troublesome. Look at old Zhao and the others, they're so calm. Before Qin Feiyang could finish speaking, his expression turned to one of astonishment. That was because he discovered that Zhao Tailai and the others were also staring straight at him. Their eyes were emitting green light. Was this calmness? They were obviously eyeing him covetously. Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly. After all, it was a legendary level divine skill. Who would not want it? Calm down. If it's suitable for you, I'll definitely give it to you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, then sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out the 2 jade slips, and carefully looked at them. So, a trace of shock crept onto his face. This soul extermination technique was actually a super killing technique that could ignore the physical body and directly erase the divine soul. Moreover, even with the protection of the divine artifact, it could not block it. In other words, the soul extermination technique could ignore all defenses and directly attack the divine soul. This was just like the undead power of the fire lotus. And the 9 steps in the sky was even more astonishing. Not only could it increase one's speed, it also had a terrifying lethality. In other words, this was a supreme divine technique that combined both support and killing into one. Taking a step out, the ground cracked. Taking a step out, the sky collapsed. Each step was more terrifying than the last. When the 9th step was taken, it would be the strongest state of the 9 steps in the sky, enough to destroy heaven and earth. Shadowless, thank you very much. Qin Feiyang muttered. How is it? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly, especially the white-eyed wolf, whose saliva was about to flow out. I want to cultivate the soul extermination technique myself. As for this 9 steps in the sky, I have the step formula. If I were to cultivate it, it would be a waste, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he spoke. I, the white-eyed wolf shouted anxiously. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, looked at the mermaid princess, and said with a smile, I'll give it to you. Give it to me? The mermaid princess was stunned. She never thought that Qin Feiyang would give it to her. I protest. You are clearly playing favoritism. The white-eyed wolf roared angrily. Young master, you can't forget your friends. Tang Hai coughed dryly and said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily, I was the one who got the divine arts. It's my freedom to give it to whoever I want. Do you have any objections? I wouldn't dare. Tang Hai waved his hand and looked at the white-eyed wolf, Zhao Ai, and the others. He said angrily, Stop fooling around. Is it wrong for the young master to give the divine arts to his wife? That's right. Zhao Tailai and the others hurriedly shook their heads. Come on. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at them, got up and walked to the mermaid princess, and said with a smile, Take it. The mermaid princess was at a loss. She looked at everyone and said, You should give it to them. I'm not going out to fight anyway. It's a waste to give it to me. Are you stupid? Qin Feiyang glared at the mermaid princess and forced it into her hands. He sighed and said, If what Dong Zhengyang said is true, then those of us who have activated the heaven-defying fighting soul will not have a good ending. So now, if you have the chance to become stronger, you should do your best to avoid being a burden to everyone in the future. All right. Hearing this, the mermaid princess hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the white-eyed wolf, Tang Hai, and the others fell silent. Was what Dong Zhengyang said true? Don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll find one for you. But I still hope that you can work hard to improve your current divine skills, or create a new one. After all, a divine skill that you've comprehended or created is the most suitable one for you. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Dalai and the others and said. Everyone nodded. As for you, the white-eyed wolf, didn't you say that after becoming a god, you've obtained a lot of good fortune? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked. But does it have anything to do with you? The white-eyed wolf snorted and lay on a pile of soul stones to cultivate. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Under the white-eyed wolf's body, there were at least tens of thousands of soul stones. Using soul stones as a mattress was really extravagant. However, He was really curious about the good fortune that the white-eyed wolf obtained when he became a god. Chapter 2080. In the blink of an eye. Evening fell. The number of people in the square was less than half of what it was at noon. Because the people who came to join in the fun had already left, the rest were basically disciples who had signed up. Jean Fatso put down the pen in his hand and shouted, Okay, the registration is over. Those who did not sign up, quickly leave. A few people turned around and left in disappointment. At this time, there were about 3,000 people in the square. It was also at this time. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. His entire person looked refreshed and energetic. Although only an afternoon had passed outside, several months had passed inside the castle. Not only had he already adjusted his state, he had even comprehended the soul destruction technique. Jean Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang. He did not see Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi beside Qin Feiyang, and his eyes immediately flashed with a flash of light. After 10 breaths of time, if the person who signed up has not arrived, they will also be disqualified. Obviously, this was aimed at Mu Tianyang and Hui. Time passed by breath. Seeing that 10 breaths of time was almost up, Jean Fatso was about to announce when two voices suddenly sounded. Wait! We're here. Before the voice had faded, two silhouettes streaked across the sky like lightning and landed beside Qin Feiyang. It was Hui Yi and Mu Tianyang. Both of them reeked of alcohol. When the others saw this, they were quite speechless. At this time, they actually went to drink? Jean Fatso raised his eyebrows and said, Those who have not arrived yet will be disqualified. Now, I will talk about the rules of the assessment. First, during the assessment, no outsiders are allowed to help. Second, listen to the examiner's orders. Third, without the consent of the examiner, you cannot leave without permission. If there is a violation, you will be disqualified. As for the examiner, it is me. Jean Fatso glanced at the audience with an arrogant and overbearing attitude. Mu Tianyang glanced at Golden Fatso and said to himself, Look at this person. He's showing the profundity of a dog relying on its master's power to the fullest. Hui Yi said, There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he has this faction behind him. Qin Feiyang said in his heart, You guys went drinking, did you have a good time? Awesome. Brother Mu and I, it's a pity that we didn't meet sooner. Hui laughed. Yeah. We almost became sworn brothers. Mu Tianyang laughed inwardly. Hypocrite. Qin Feiyang gave a flattering smile in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Mu Tianyang. Did you see anything? What are you looking at? Mu Tianyang looked at him suspiciously. Still pretending? Didn't you ask him out for a drink because you wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to find out more about him? Qin Feiyang said in his heart. Mu Tianyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang asked. This person is very shrewd. He's watertight. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly. The meaning was obvious. He got nothing. Sure enough. Qin Feiyang murmured, not surprised at all. Mu Tianyang said, Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about you. This time, your luck is really heaven-defying. You already know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hui Yi told me. 2 legendary-level divine arts and a soul secret technique comparable to a legendary-level divine art. It's really enviable. Mu Tianyang's current mood could only be described with one word, tired. Originally, Qin Feiyang was already very difficult to deal with. Now, he had 2 legendary-level divine arts. Wasn't this equivalent to more difficult? At this moment, he even had the thought of giving up. Why not just give up? Anyway, he couldn't win, so why bother to fight? How easy and pleasant it would be to get along as friends. Jean Fatso glanced at the audience and shouted, I have already explained the rules. If anyone has any objections, say it in advance. Everyone shook their heads. That's good. Now, let's begin the first assessment. In this first level, there are 2 multiple-choice questions. You have 3 breaths of time to consider each question. But after 3 breaths, you must make a choice, otherwise, you will be considered to have given up. The first question, soul stone or divine crystal, which is more important? Those who choose soul stone stand on the left. Those who choose divine crystal stand on the right. Begin. As soon as Jean Fatso's voice fell, most people ran to the left without hesitation. Because this question was too simple, there was no need to think about it. Soul stone and divine crystal, as long as one was not a fool, they would know that the soul stone was definitely more important. But there were also some people who stood in place, hesitating. Among them, Qin Feiyang and the other two. It was because this question was too simple that they were confused. After all, this was an assessment. How could there be such a simple question? What kind of mystery was hidden in this? But there were only 3 breaths of time. There was no time for them to think too much. The rest of the people also made their choice one after another. Basically, they all ran to the left. There were also a small number of people who, with a fluke mentality, chose the divine crystal more important and ran to the right. What should we choose? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. This time, he really could not make up his mind. Follow them. We will do what they do. Mu Tianyang glanced at the 6 young men and women next to him. These 6 people, like Qin Feiyang and the other 2, also did not make a choice. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, his heart full of doubts. Why should he follow them? I knew it. You didn't do your homework in advance. Do you see that young man in black in the middle? His name is Jin Zhou, the son of Jin Yunchang's cousin. He is also Jean Fatso's cousin. So the content of the assessment, Jean Fatso must have already told him. As for the other 5 people, although I have not investigated, they must be familiar with Jean Fatso. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Jin Zhou, what's the matter with them? Why are they all so motionless like us? Could it be that they have also received the inside information? Those people also noticed the situation of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and secretly muttered. Impossible. Only I know this inside information. Jin Zhou secretly said. At the same time, Jean Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, raised his eyebrows and shouted, 3 breaths of time. Jin Zhou and the other 2 still did not move. The 6 people did not move. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 also did not move. Someone immediately asked, Brother Jin, Jiang Haoyan and the others have no choice. Should they be eliminated directly? Don't worry. I will announce the results soon. Jean Fatso glanced at the audience and said, whether it is the people who choose the soul stone or the divine crystal, all of them will be eliminated. What? The people on both sides suddenly became a mess. What's going on? What we want the most is the soul stone, isn't that important? And the divine crystal. Now where do you want to go? Don't you want the divine crystal? Now we are all eliminated. How can there be such a thing? There must be one side that is right. The square was noisy, and everyone's face was full of dissatisfaction. Quiet! Jean Fatso shouted. Brother Jean, although you are the examiner, you can't act recklessly. You must give us a satisfactory answer. Besides, if we are all eliminated, then this recruitment of the resource palace is purely making fun of us. Thousands of disciples glared at Jean Fatso, who said all of them will be eliminated. The 9 of them passed the first round of assessment. Jean Fatso pointed at Jin Zhou and Qin Feiyang and said, What? They passed the assessment? What the hell is going on? The group was dumbfounded. Jean Fatso said, Jin Zhou, tell me what you think. Jin Zhou nodded and took a step forward. He turned around and glanced at the more than 3,000 people. His eyes flashed with disdain. Do you know why we didn't choose? Because the soul stone and divine crystal are both important. The more than 3,000 people looked at each other. So it's like this. Soul stone, divine crystal, no one can do without these 2 things. So this multiple choice question is actually a test of everyone's brains. Qin Feiyang muttered. Oh no. Brother Jean clearly said before that those who don't make a choice after 3 breaths will be eliminated. Someone suddenly said, this is a test of your judgment. Because working in the resource palace, You will face many sudden problems at any time. If you don't even have a little opinion and judgment, then how can you solve these problems? It's impossible to ask for help for everything, right? If that's the case, then why do I need you in the resource palace? Jean Fatso coldly snorted. When the more than 3,000 people heard this, their faces were full of regret. This question was actually very simple, but why didn't they think of it? Jean Fatso impatiently waved his hand. You have been eliminated, quickly disperse. Everyone sighed and left in groups of 2s and 3s. They waited here for an entire afternoon, and some even waited for a whole day. But in the end, they were all eliminated in the first round. In their hearts, they were more or less annoyed. After a while, only Qin Feiyang's group and Jin Zhou's group of 6 were left in the square. Jean Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and said, Next, the second question. But speaking of this, his eyebrows slightly raised, and then he lowered his head and pondered. What's wrong, fat brother? The two little followers looked at him suspiciously. Nothing. Jean Fatso waved his hand, looked up at Qin Feiyang's group of 9, and said, Forget about the second question, let's go directly to the next round. Forget about it? Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other. Jin Zhou was also a little surprised and said, Brother, why do you want to forget about it? Can't you see it? Jiang Haoyan's group of 3 has already guessed that you got the inside information from me. So no matter what question I ask, they will follow you and give the same answer. Doing this kind of meaningless thing, it's better to go directly to the next round. Jean Fatso sighed. Jin Zhou raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Feiyang's group of 3, with a trace of killing intent hidden in his eyes. Jean Fatso took a deep breath, looked at the two little followers and said, Give them the divine crystals. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2081. Hearing this, the two followers ran to Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and Jin Zhou's group of 6 and gave each of them 5 divine crystals. Jin Zhou's group of 6 held the 5 divine crystals without any doubt or surprise. But Qin Feiyang's group of 3 was a little puzzled. Why did they have to be given 5 divine crystals? As a member of the Resource Palace, you must know how to make money. As for the second stage, it is to use the 5 divine crystals in your hands to earn even more wealth before daybreak. Jean Fatso said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 suddenly understood. Of course. A gentleman loves money and obtains it through the Tao. No one is allowed to rob, or steal. You are also not allowed to use your own wealth to make up the numbers. And you are also not allowed to use your connections to take shortcuts. In short, your capital is only 5 divine crystals. As for how to earn more, you can only rely on your own brains and abilities. Understand? Jean Fatso shouted. Understood. Jin Zhou's group of 6 nodded. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other and nodded. In addition, this time, the Resource Palace only has a total of 6 spots. In other words, 3 of you will be eliminated. As for the criteria for elimination, whoever earns less wealth will be eliminated. Jean Fatso finished and said, What else do you not understand? Hurry up and ask. Hui Yi said, Senior Brother Jean, is this test limited to the 9 Heavens Palace or outside the 9 Heavens Palace? Jean Fatso said, There are no restrictions. You can go wherever you want. So it's like that. There is one more question. Will the 9 of us form a team or go our own way? Hui asked again. It's fine to form a team or go our own way. Jean Fatso said. Hui frowned. If we go our own way, then even if someone cheats, no one will know, right? Regarding this point, of course, I have also considered it. I will have people follow you all the way and supervise you. Jean Fatso said. Hui nodded and said with a smile, Senior Brother Jean, there's no problem. Jean Fatso looked at Jin Zhou's group and asked, What about you guys? The 6 shook their heads. All right then. Jean Fatso nodded his head and glanced at the 9 people. Then he said to the 2 lackeys, You 2 follow Jin Zhou and the others. You must watch them carefully. Don't let anyone cheat. Yes. The 2 nodded. As for Junior Brother Jiang and the other 2, Jean Fatso pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said with a smile, "I'll supervise it personally. Do you have any objections?" "Of course not. It's our honor to have senior brother Jean personally supervise us. How could we have any objections?" Qin Feiyang and the other two laughed. Jean Fatso chuckled and said, "Then let's begin. Before dawn tomorrow, we'll gather at the resource hall." Jean Zhou's group stood in place without moving. They all looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with playful eyes. Hui Yi glanced at the 6 people and looked down at the 5 divine crystals in his hand. He said, "Brother Jiang, Brother Mu, I don't know anything about making money. I'll have to rely on you guys. If the capital was a little more, and the time limit was a little longer, there would be no way. But now, there are only 5 divine crystals. Even if we add them together, we only have 15. What's the use of that? The worst thing is that the time limit is so short." Mu Tianyang said secretly. He also had a headache. Hui Yi said, "Then why don't we follow Jin Zhou and the others and see how they do it? It's useless. They clearly don't want to team up with us. If we shamelessly follow them, they will still find a way to get rid of us." Mu Tianyang said secretly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Jean Fatso and said, "I think, no matter how hard we work, we can't win this round." "What do you mean?" Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi were surprised. "With Fatso Jean here, even if we want to cheat, we won't have a chance. But Jean Zhou's group is different. They are in cahoots with Fatso Jean, so even if they cheat, Jean Fatso won't care. It's even possible that he won't care and will cover for them." Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang said secretly, "Then won't we only be eliminated? Even if we can earn 100 million divine crystals, we will inevitably be eliminated." Qin Feiyang said. "Then what should we do? We can't just be eaten by Fatso Jean like this, right?" Hui Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Jean Fatso asked suspiciously, "Junior brother Jiang, are you going to stand here forever?" Mu Tianyang laughed. "Aren't we just thinking about how to make money?" "So it's like that?" Jean Fatso suddenly smiled and said, "Then you guys take your time to think, I'm not in a hurry." But in his heart, he was sneering. It was better to give up early, because no matter what he did, he would be eliminated in the end. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a bright light and said, "Yu Wang, don't cultivate yet." "What is it?" Yo Wang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Immediately turn the color of your skin transparent, and then take the image crystal and follow Jin Zhou and the others. I'm sure that they will definitely cheat. When the time comes, record the process of them cheating for me." Qin Feiyang thought. "Understood," Yu Huang replied. After he was ready, Qin Feiyang pulled Yu Huang out without anyone noticing. Not only could Yu Huang change the color of his skin, he also didn't have the slightest aura. As long as you don't use your divine sense to search, even if it was standing in front of you, you wouldn't be able to find it. But now, even if you used your divine sense, you wouldn't be able to find it, because there was a hidden soul stone in its mouth. Qin Feiyang wasn't lacking in hidden soul stone right now. During this period of time in the ancient realm, he had also obtained a lot of universe rings. For example, Nie Yun and Feng Zijuan's universe ring had hidden soul stone in it. In other words, with the concealment soul stone, Yu Huang would be invulnerable. No one would be able to discover it. Qin Feiyang secretly warned Yu Huang a few more times, then looked at Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi, and laughed, "Let's go." Where to? Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi were suspicious. To Sky Dragon City. Qin Feiyang smiled and soared into the sky, flying towards the heaven stairway. Mu Tianyang and Hui looked at each other. With a trace of suspicion, they quickly chased after him. Jean Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said to Jin Zhou and the other 5, "You guys be careful, don't let anyone catch you." "Don't worry." Jin Zhou secretly smiled. Jean Fatso looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer, and then chased after Qin Feiyang and the other two. "Big brother Jin Zhou, what should we do?" After Qin Feiyang and the others left, the 5 looked at Jin Zhou and asked, "What should we do?" Of course, We'll find a place where there's no one, drink, chat, and enjoy the moonlight. Jianghu laughed. Drink and chat? Enjoy the moonlight. The five looked at each other and quickly asked, what about the test? With my brother taking care of us, do we still need to take the test? Jianghu disdainfully smiled, and then soared into the sky, disappearing into the night like lightning. The five looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two little followers also laughed especially brightly. But they didn't realize that there was a little tail hiding in the dark, following them and watching them. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. They had already left Ninth Heaven Palace and were standing on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang looked at the direction of Sky Dragon City and asked, Senior Brother Jin, can we open the altar? Of course. Jin Fatso nodded. Are you sure? Don't say we cheated. Qin Feiyang said. Junior Brother Jiang, from what you're saying, it's as if I'm targeting you. This altar is just a transportation tool, it has nothing to do with the test. Even if I say you guys cheated, no one will agree. Jin Fatso said helplessly. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, opened an altar, and walked up. Mu Tianyang, Hui and Jin Fatso followed closely behind. The next moment, the four of them arrived at the west gate. Evening was the most lively time in Sky Dragon City. In front of the city gate, pedestrians came and went. When passing through the city gate, Qin Feiyang and the other three didn't go through any checks and directly entered the city. So lively, Qin Feiyang leisurely walked on the street as he looked at the endless stream of people and said with a smile, after all, it's Sky Dragon City. The biggest city in the northern region, how can it not be lively? Mu Tianyang and Hui laughed. What's the situation? Sightseeing? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, Fatty Jin, who was at the back, frowned. He caught up with them in a few steps and asked calmly, Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, where are we going? You'll know later. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. In fact, Hui and Mu Tianyang also had some doubts. However, looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, they knew that he must have thought of a way, so they were too lazy to ask and just followed him. About half an hour passed. Finally, Qin Feiyang leisurely walked to the front of a restaurant. Jin Fatso was taken aback. He raised his head to look at the restaurant, and three big words came into view. Yulan Restaurant. Why are we still here? Jin Fatso was stunned. Didn't they say they were going to make money? Why did they come here? Young Master Jiang? Standing at the entrance of the restaurant was a red-clothed woman. When she saw Qin Feiyang, she was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly greeted him with a smile. I was wondering why I was a little uneasy today. It turns out that there are distinguished guests. Young Master Jiang, please come in. You really know how to talk. Qin Feiyang smiled at the woman and strode into the restaurant. Jiang Haoyan, Hui, and Mu Danyang. Wait, isn't that Feng Yuan's grandson, Jin Fatso? Why would they come to Yulan Tower together? As soon as they entered the Yulan restaurant, the people in the restaurant's hall were in an uproar. They all looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three in surprise. Qin Feiyang glanced at the audience and smiled at the woman. Miss, please arrange a private room for me. I want to entertain distinguished guests. Distinguished guests? The red-clothed woman was stunned. Qin Feiyang put his arm around Jin Fatso's shoulder and laughed. This senior brother Jin is the distinguished guest I want to entertain today. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2082. Entertain me? Jin Fatso was stunned. Instead of earning money, she came to entertain him? What the hell was going on? Wait a minute. Was she trying to bribe him? The people in the restaurant hall all looked strange when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Entertain Jin Fatso? Didn't the Feng family have a grudge against Jiang Haoyan? As Feng Yuan's grandson, Jin Fatso should have a common enemy. Why was he so friendly with Jiang Haoyan? Wasn't he afraid that Feng Yuan would be angry? I see. The woman in red glanced at Jin Fatso and smiled. Then please go to the top floor. The top floor? The people in the hall were stunned again. Wasn't the top floor a private place for Shengguan Qiu to entertain distinguished guests? And now, Shengguan Qiu wasn't in Yulan Tower. Why did she ask them to go to the top floor? Wait a minute. Was the relationship between Jiang Haoyan and Shangguan Qiu so good that there was no distinction between them? Not to mention the outsiders, even Qin Feiyang himself was a little surprised. He looked at the woman in red and said, "Isn't this a little inappropriate?" "It's okay. Because this is the order of the Tower Master. The Tower Master has already said that if young Master Jiang comes, please go to the top floor with the best treatment." The woman in red smiled. The best treatment? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a storm in their hearts. One had to know. Shangguan Qiu was not only the Tower Master of Yulan Tower, but also the steward of the treasure school. She also had a terrifying master and a powerful sister. Furthermore, her innate talent was not bad. Could be said that this woman was the standard god's favored daughter. Who knew how many men in the northern region regarded her as a goddess? But usually, except at the auction house, there was no chance to see her, let alone get close to her. But now, she actually regarded Jiang Haoyan as such an important distinguished guest. Just what did this Jiang Haoyan do to be able to gain the favor of this goddess? Jin Fatso was also extremely shocked. What was the relationship between Jiang Haoyan and Shangguan Qiu to deserve such treatment? However, Qin Feiyang did not feel happy about this. On the contrary, he was secretly complaining in his heart. Although it seemed like something that was worth showing off, it actually made him a public enemy. Of course, he knew that he could not blame Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu had good intentions. It could only be said that some people were too jealous and couldn't bear to see others doing better than them, especially in front of women like Shangguan Qiu. The lady in red smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, please." Qin Feiyang looked around. Most of the people had a trace of indignation in their eyes. Obviously, they were jealous. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Then I shall accept your offer." Then he dragged Jin Fatso up to the top floor. Jin Fatso felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this was the Yulan Pavilion, not the Jade Zither Pavilion. If it was at the Jade Zither house, with his relationship with Feng Zihan, he could totally treat himself as the owner of the Jade Zither house. After all, they were cousins. But in the Yulan Pavilion, he was just an ordinary guest. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior brother Jin, you are a man who has seen the world. Why are you still so shy?" Jin Fatso enjoyed this round of flattery. He straightened his back a little. With a big belly, he was very proud. After entering the private room on the top floor, Qin Feiyang invited Jin Fatso to sit down. He looked at the lady in red and said with a smile, "Miss, I want the best wine and the best dishes." "Understood." The lady in red nodded and said, "Have a seat. I'll arrange it now." Then, the lady in red turned and walked out quickly, closing the door. "Junior brother Jiang, what on earth are you doing?" How could Jin Fatso sit still? As soon as the door was closed, he immediately got up and asked, "Sit, sit, sit." Qin Feiyang got up and pushed Jin Fatso back to his seat. Then, he returned to his seat and sighed. "To tell you the truth, senior brother Feng Zijuan's death has become my regret. I wanted to reconcile with him, but now, I don't even have the chance to say sorry." Jin Fatso was stunned and smiled. "I didn't expect junior brother Jiang to be such a sentimental person. No. I just hate him. Feng Zijuan was such a good person. How could he die so young? Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I won't let him go." Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Junior brother Jiang, I believe Zijuan will be very happy if he knows about this in the underworld." Jin Fatso smiled and asked suspiciously, "But what does this have to do with today's test?" "The test is only secondary. This is a rare opportunity. Today, I must treat senior brother Jin to a feast. In the future, I will have to thank senior brother Jin for taking care of me in the 9th Heaven Palace." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "What do you mean? Junior brother Jiang, are you really trying to bribe me? Let me tell you, this is against the rules. You can't do it." Jin Fatso said righteously. "Bribe?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "Senior brother Jin, look at what you're saying. How can this be called a bribe? We got together because we hit it off. It has nothing to do with anything else. That's good. I'm afraid that if you want to take a shortcut, not only will you hurt yourself, but also me. Jean Fatso smiled. Why would I? Let's not talk about the test. Today, we'll just drink and chat. We won't go home until we're drunk. Qin Feiyang said. We won't go home until we're drunk. Jean Fatso nodded. Anyway, he wasn't going to take the test. What was there to be afraid of? Let's drink then. A moment later, the woman in red brought a few waiters and brought a large table of delicious food and 4 jars of wine. Mu Tianyang anxiously held a jar of wine and opened the lid. A strong smell of wine immediately rushed out. Mu Tianyang's eyes suddenly lit up and smiled. This is the wine that Sheng Guanqiu invited us to drink last time. It's absolutely divine. Fatso Jin said, I've also heard of this wine. It's really good. It seems that senior brother Jean is a kindred spirit. Come, I'll pour it for senior brother Jean. Mu Tianyang held the jar of wine and ran to Fatso Jin and poured a full cup. He filled the cups in front of Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, then returned to his seat and smiled. Come, let's toast. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi raised their cups. Senior brother Jean, let's toast to you. I hope that in the future, we can be good friends, brothers. Mu Tianyang smiled. Hui Yi laughed and said, I'll add one more thing, we'll share blessings and misfortunes. Good. Jean Fatso nodded and laughed. Come, let's toast. The 4 of them clinked their cups and drank it all in one gulp. Come, let's eat. Mu Tianyang was very enthusiastic. Qin Feiyang and Hui did not hesitate, and the private room was filled with laughter. The woman in red also left sensibly. But soon, a woman appeared in the private room. What's the occasion today? Why are you drinking so happily? It was Sheng Guanqiu. Sheng Guanqiu asked in surprise as he looked at the 4 of them who were drinking and chatting happily. Why are you here? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He put down his cup and asked suspiciously. You're all distinguished guests of Yulan Restaurant. As the owner, how can I not come to accompany you personally? Sheng Guanqiu smiled. Distinguished guests? Jean Fatso smiled wryly. What kind of distinguished guest was he? Until now, he still had not figured out what Jiang Haoyan and the other 2 wanted to do. Sheng Guanqiu walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Wisps of pleasant body fragrance went into Qin Feiyang's nostrils. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be tempted. However, Qin Feiyang's expression remained calm. There were no improper thoughts in his mind. But Hui Yi was a little dissatisfied. He looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said, Sister-in-law, there are so many seats. Why are you sitting next to him? Sister-in-law? Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Jean Fatso looked at each other. Sheng Guanqiu was also caught off guard by this sudden address. She looked at Hui Yi for a moment and frowned. You're not the man my sister was talking about, are you? Hui Yi nodded repeatedly and asked, What did she say about me in front of you? Sheng Guanqiu rolled her eyes and said, She said you're shameless and a scoundrel. Absolutely impossible. I'm indeed a little shameless. But the word, scoundrel, has nothing to do with me. You must have heard it wrong. Hui Yi waved his hand in disbelief. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But there's one thing you must remember. Don't call me that in the future. Who's your sister-in-law? Sheng Guanqiu snorted and looked up at Fatso Jin. She smiled and said, Fatso, you've never been to my Yulan restaurant. Well, Jean Fatso looked a little embarrassed. In fact, Yulan restaurant and Yuqin restaurant were competitors. As Feng Zihan's cousin, he naturally could not spend money in Yulan restaurant. I'm very happy that you can come today. Come, let me toast you. Sheng Guanqiu held a wine glass and smiled. I wouldn't dare. Junior brother Jiang, junior brother Mu, junior brother Hua, let's drink together. Jean Fatso quickly waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 for help. Although he had Feng Yuan as his backer, Sheng Guanqiu's backer was even more terrifying. Not only did he have Shengguan Fenglan, but he also had the entire treasure hall. Therefore, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Sheng Guanqiu. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso Jin and nodded with a smile. We'll keep you company. Mu Tianyang and Hui looked at each other and smiled. They also picked up their wine glasses. Sheng Guanqiu was also quite forthright. He downed his wine in one gulp. Then, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice to him, "You're definitely up to no good." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought to himself, "What do you mean? Last time when my sister was here, you didn't drink. But this time, you're drinking so happily with Fatso Jin. It's very unusual." Sheng Guanqiu transmitted his voice meaningfully. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He smiled secretly and said, "It's nothing. I'm just in a good mood today." "You can continue to pretend." Sheng Guanqiu rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice again. "By the way, I'm here today because I have something to ask you. P.S. On the 17th, which is the day after tomorrow, my grandfather's funeral will be held. I'll be busy for a few days. Please forgive me." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2083. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang asked secretly while drinking with Fatso Jin. Sheng Guanqiu frowned. "Isn't the failure rate of the elixirs too high?" Qin Feiyang's face froze, but he soon calmed down. He smiled and said, "Refining elixirs is not a game. It's normal to fail a little. It's inevitable that they will fail. But you've wasted 15 out of 100 sets of elixirs? Do you know how hard it is to find these elixirs? Can't you be more careful?" Sheng Guanqiu said angrily. "What? 15 sets of elixirs?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Mu Tianyang gave me exactly 85 4 elephants infinite divine elixirs. Doesn't that mean 15 sets of elixirs are wasted?" Sheng Guanqiu said. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He had given Mu Tianyang 90 pills. How did it become 85 pills in Sheng Guanqiu's hands? Wait. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and said secretly, "You swallowed 5 4 elephants infinite divine elixirs?" Mu Tianyang was stunned, but he did not deny it. He said secretly, "You swallowed 10 pills and I only swallowed 5. It's not too much." Qin Feiyang was speechless for a moment. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Come on, let's drink." Qin Feiyang stared at him and raised his glass. He said to Sheng Guanqiu, "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. I'll try to reduce the failure rate. I'm not blaming you. I just feel sorry for you. After all, it was not easy to gather 100 sets of elixirs." Sheng Guanqiu said secretly. Yes. Qin Feiyang agreed inwardly. Soon after, he rolled his eyes and laughed inwardly. "However, you definitely won't lose out." "I won't lose anything," Sheng Guanqiu said with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. Qin Feiyang asked, "When are you going to start the auction?" "Let's build momentum first, then auction. The plan is in 3 days. Furthermore, I plan to auction it off using soul stones," Sheng Guanqiu said. "You do have some tricks up your sleeve." Qin Feiyang secretly gave him a thumbs up. On the other side, on a mountain peak near the 9 Heavens Palaces intersect, Jin Zhou's group of 6 and the 2 lackeys were also gathered together, drinking and chatting happily. In the blink of an eye, it was almost dawn. In the private room, the faces of the 5 people all showed signs of drunkenness. But their hearts were bright. Jin Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, feeling more and more puzzled. For the entire night, the 3 of them did not mention anything about the test. Had he already given up? He turned his head and looked out the window. The sky was already turning bright. If he didn't move now, he would run out of time. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso Jin, then looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said with a smile, "Miss Shengguan, there's something I want to ask you." "What is it?" Sheng Guanqiu was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, "What can I buy with 15 divine gems in your treasure pavilion?" Jin Fatso immediately pricked up his ears. Had it finally begun? 15 divine gems? Sheng Guanqiu was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, she said, 15 sets of medicinal herbs for healing elixirs. "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled, took out 5 divine gems from his arms, and put them on the table. Then he looked at Mu Tianyang and Hui. The two understood and took out 5 divine gems respectively. Qin Feiyang looked at Shang Guanqiu and said with a smile, "I'll buy 15 sets of medicinal herbs for healing elixirs from you now." "What's going on?" Shang Guanqiu was stunned. "Don't ask," Qin Feiyang said. Shang Guanqiu looked at them suspiciously. She counted 15 sets of medicinal herbs from her interspatial ring and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and said with a smile, "Brother Mu, you do it." Mu Tianyang pointed at his nose and said with a frown, "You should do better." Qin Feiyang said, "It's all the same. It doesn't matter." "Okay then." Mu Tianyang nodded. He stood up and waved his hand, taking out an alchemy furnace and alchemy fire. The alchemy furnace and alchemy fire were both 9th grade. Although they could not refine elixirs like the 4 symbols infinite divine elixir, they were more than enough to refine healing elixirs. Mu Tianyang's alchemy technique was also very skillful. Compared to Qin Feiyang, he wasn't much worse. So, 15 healing elixirs were produced. There were 7 veins on each elixir. "Amazing," Qin Feiyang said to himself in surprise. Although he had known Mu Tianyang for many years, this was the first time he had seen Mu Tianyang refine elixirs with his own eyes. He could actually refine elixirs with 7 veins? It seemed that his mind power was not low either. "Compared to you, it's still not good enough." Mu Tianyang sighed to himself, but there was still a hint of pride in his tone. Refining elixirs with 7 veins, even if he was not a genius, he could be regarded as one of the best alchemists. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Miss Shangguan, how many divine gems are these 15 healing elixirs worth?" "This, to me, it's not worth a single penny. After all, healing elixirs are too common, and those who have a little bit of strength basically use life elixirs. According to the market price, this healing elixir is worth 2 divine gems at most." Shang Guanqiu said after thinking for a while. "So little? It's at least 5 veins." Mu Tianyang was displeased. "If it's a life elixir, 5 veins will definitely be worth several times more. But I'm really sorry about the healing elixir. Unless it's a divine-level healing elixir, no one will care about it," Shang Guanqiu said. "It's okay. 2 divine gems it is. You can buy it and give me 30 divine gems." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shang Guanqiu looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "To be honest, we want to enter the resource hall, and the content of this assessment is to use the 5 divine gems in our hands to earn more divine gems." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Shang Guanqiu suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Then I'll give you a higher price. How about 10 million divine gems each? I believe that these divine gems will definitely help you pass the assessment." Jin Fatso narrowed his eyes and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. As long as Qin Feiyang and the other 2 nodded, it would be tantamount to violating the rules. At that time, he would naturally have a reason to eliminate the 3 of them directly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso Jin, then looked at Shang Guanqiu and said with a smile, "That won't do. The rules say that we can't use our connections. Just do as you like." Jin Fatso couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard that. But soon, he sneered in his heart. It didn't matter. After all, they had only earned a dozen divine gems. They had only earned a dozen divine gems after an entire night. If this news spread, they would become a joke. Shang Guanqiu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and nodded with a smile. "Okay, then we'll follow the rules." As she spoke, she took out 15 divine gems. In addition to the 15 divine gems that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 had given her, there were exactly 30 divine gems. Hui Yi glanced at the 30 divine gems and said with a frown, "Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that's not enough." Before Qin Feiyang could speak, Fatso Jin spoke first. "Even if it's not enough, there's no other way. Because time's up. Look out the window." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked out the window. The sky was already bright. Hui Yi and Mu Tianyang immediately frowned. They had only earned 15 divine gems. "Brother Jiang, you don't think that we can win with just these 15 divine gems, do you? What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Can you tell us?" Hui Yi asked through telepathy. Mu Tianyang also had a suspicious look on his face. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and said, "Don't worry, I promise you that you will win." Really? The two of them were still skeptical. Really? Qin Feiyang said secretly. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang and Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso Jin and said with a smile, "Senior brother Jin, did you have fun drinking tonight?" "I've never been as happy as today," Jin Fatso said. "As long as you're happy." Qin Feiyang laughed and put away the 30 divine gems. He stood up and said, "Since it's morning, let's go back." Jin Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Sheng Guanqiu again and said, "I still have things to do. I'll write down today's bill and pay you another day." Sheng Guanqiu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's my treat today." "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang did not stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and smiled, then opened a transmission altar. Resource Hall. Jin Zhou's group of 6 and the 2 followers had returned to the square. Everyone had a bright smile on their faces. When Qin Feiyang and the others rushed back to Ninth Heaven Palace and landed on the square, the 6 people immediately cast provocative looks at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye. Because the moment he landed on the square, he felt something small get into his trousers and then climb into his arms. Clearly, this little thing was none other than Yu Huang. How was it? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to him. Yu Huang said to himself, "They were drinking and chatting all night and did nothing." The 2 followers were also in cahoots with them. "Just as I expected." Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, "Did you record it?" "Of course." Yu Huang said. "Well done. Go to the castle and send me the video you recorded," Qin Feiyang said. With a thought, Yu Huang, who was hiding in his arms, suddenly disappeared. Fatso looked at Jin Zhou's group and took a few steps forward. Facing Qin Feiyang and the others, he said with a smile, "A night has passed. Take out your results?" Qin Feiyang directly took out the 30 divine arts. "That's all you have?" Jin Zhou's group of 6 looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "Quite a lot." Qin Feiyang smiled. "This is a lot? Let me count. 1, 2, 3. A total of 30 divine crystals. If you divide it equally, each of you will have earned 5 divine crystals." "Are you sure you're not here to be funny?" The 6 people laughed unscrupulously. "What about you?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The 6 people looked at each other and laughed even more happily. Then Jin Zhou took out a Qianquan bag from his arms and shook it in front of Qin Feiyang's group, saying, "There are more than 700,000 divine crystals inside. Even if we divide it equally, each of us will have more than 100,000. It's enough to crush you." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2084. So much. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Of course." Jin Zhou smiled proudly and handed the Qianquan bag to Fatso. Jin Fatso counted carefully and nodded. "There are indeed 700,000 divine gems." "Amazing. You earned 700,000 divine gems with your capital of 5 divine gems in one night. I'm afraid that even the people of the treasure school can't compare with you." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't be so sarcastic. We didn't steal or rob. We earned it with our own ability." Jin Zhou snorted. "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Jin Fatso raised his eyebrows, looked at the 2 followers and asked, "Did they cheat?" "We didn't leave a single step during the whole process." "We definitely didn't cheat," the 2 lackeys said. "Very good." Jin Fatso nodded with a smile. But Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the 2 followers and said, "Can you guarantee with your life that they didn't cheat?" "What do you mean?" The 2 followers immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. Nothing. I just can't believe it." After all, the capital was only 5 divine gems. They added up to only 30 divine gems. 30 versus 700,000, how many times is that? Qin Feiyang laughed. Jin Fatso was extremely dissatisfied and said, "Junior brother Jiang, you can't, but it doesn't mean that others can't." Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Jean Fatso glanced at them and said, "Now the result is obvious. The one who will be eliminated is… wait." Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke again. Jean Fatso was slightly stunned and frowned. "Junior brother Jiang, what do you want to do? Isn't it obvious?" "He's not convinced." Jean Zhou and the other 5 people sneered. Jean Fatso said, "Junior brother Jiang, is it true?" "Yes, I'm not convinced." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You?" Jean Fatso was infuriated and sighed. "Junior brother Jiang, to be honest, I used to admire you, but I didn't expect you to be a sore loser." Qin Feiyang smiled and said indifferently, "If they had defeated me with their true abilities, I wouldn't have anything to say. However, they had resorted to trickery, and there were even people shielding them." Hearing this, the 6 people from Jean Zhou suddenly panicked. A wisp of surprise and bewilderment flashed through Jean Fatso's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Junior brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? I'm the chief examiner of this assessment. Aren't you talking about me when you say that someone is shielding them?" "Everyone knows who I'm talking about." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He turned to look at Hui Yi and said, "Brother Hua, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and invite the law enforcement hall master here." "No need. I'll send her a message." Hui Yi waved his hand and took out an image crystal. "What? You even invited the hall master of the law enforcement hall?" The 6 people on the golden boat were shocked. Could it be that this person had something on them? Jean Fatso transmitted his voice. "Jean Zhou, where were you this night?" Jean Zhou secretly said, "We hid on a mountain peak with no one around, drinking and chatting." "Are you sure there's no one around?" Jean Fatso secretly asked. "I'm sure. I also used my divine sense to search." Jean Zhou replied. "That's good." Jean Fatso breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sneered. "If there's no evidence, then I'd like to see what kind of tricks this person can play." Buzz. Soon after, a shadow appeared. It was Shangguan Fenglan. "What's the matter?" Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and asked faintly. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "This disciple would like to invite the hall master to come to the resource hall." "Why do you want to go to the resource hall?" Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. "There's something I have to ask the hall master to help us uphold justice," Qin Feiyang said. "Uphold justice?" Shangguan Fenglan's eyes flashed and said, "Wait for me, I'll be right there." After saying that, the shadow disappeared. She really came? Jean Fatso raised his eyebrows without a trace and looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully. "Junior brother Jiang, no matter what you do, you have to leave yourself a way out." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Did he start to threaten him? He cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you for your teaching, senior brother Jean." Jean Fatso smiled and said, "I don't dare to teach, just a kind reminder." "Thank you. After all, senior brother Jean is also kind to teach me how to be a person." Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Feiyang was very modest. He shouldn't be worried, but on the contrary, Jean Fatso gradually had an ominous premonition in his heart. About a moment later, Shangguan Fenglan finally arrived. She stood in the void, her light purple dress and soft black hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Stunning Hui. "Greetings, hall master." Not only Qin Feiyang and the other 2, Jean Fatso and the others also bowed. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Jean Fatso and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "Hall master, please allow this disciple to ask, if the people of the resource hall made a mistake, can you do anything about it?" "Nonsense. This hall master is the hall master of the law enforcement hall. As long as it's someone from the 9 Heavens Palace, this hall master has the right to punish them." Shangguan Fenglan said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Then this disciple will ask again, if the people of the resource hall abuse their power and bend the law, how should they be punished? If it's light, they will be expelled from the 9 Heavens Palace. If it's heavy, they will be executed on the spot." Shangguan Fenglan said without hesitation. Hearing this sentence, Jean Fatso's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. This was a sign of a guilty conscience. People who did something wrong were most afraid of hearing the word death. Then how is it considered light and heavy? Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan frowned impatiently and said, if you have something to say, just say it, why ask so many questions? This hall master has his own judgment. Okay. Then, hall master, please look at a video first. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and with a wave of his hand, a divine light swept out and rushed into the sky, and then a picture slowly unfolded. What is it? Everyone looked up suspiciously. Hui Yi and Mu Tianyang also didn't know what was going on. But soon, the faces of Jin Fatso and Jin Zhou changed, and their mouths kept muttering. How could it be? Mu Tianyang and Jin Zhou had a smile on their faces. It turned out that this guy had already arranged it. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan's expression again, it was extremely cold. The video that Yu Huang recorded was very long, and after a long time, the flashing picture stopped. At the same time that the picture stopped, Shangguan Fenglan's body surged with a monstrous anger, and at the same time, she lowered her head and looked at Jin Fatso and Jin Zhou, as well as the two little followers. Hallmaster, we were wrong, please spare our lives. Except for Jin Fatso, all of them knelt on the ground in an instant, begging again and again. Jin Fatso didn't kneel, not because there was someone supporting him, but because he was scared silly. His whole person fell into a kind of panic that couldn't be dissolved. May I ask, Hallmaster, this kind of practice of favoritism and deceit is considered light or heavy? Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and asked with a smile. Jin Fatso? Shangguan Fenglan shouted coldly. Jin Fatso quickly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, exclaiming, Hall Master, this disciple was confused and did such a stupid thing, please have mercy. Confused? You're really audacious. A little disciple wants to cover the sky in Jiutian Palace? Shangguan Fenglan shouted. No, 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 this disciple didn't, this disciple didn't. This disciple was wrong, this disciple won't dare to do it again, please have mercy and let this disciple go this time. Jin Fatso cried in despair. How did things turn out like this? Jiang Haotian had been drinking with him in Yulon Tower, but why was he holding this video in his hand? Have mercy? Shangguan Fenglan laughed angrily and shouted, Where is Feng Yuan? Her voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Swish. So, a red-haired old man descended over the square. If it wasn't Feng Yuan, who else could it be? And it also alarmed many disciples, who came to watch the show. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and then at Jin Fatso and the others kneeling on the ground, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan suspiciously and said, What's wrong? Jiang Haotian, give that video to our hall master of the resource hall to enjoy. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the video crystal. What? They were drinking and chatting the whole night? This Jin Fatso is too bold, isn't he? How dare he protect them like this? Those disciples who came to watch the show looked at the video in the void. On the one hand, they felt incredulous, and on the other hand, they were filled with righteous indignation. This was simply smearing the reputation of Jiutian Palace. Bastard! I let you invigilate because I trust you, but you did this behind my back. Who gave you the courage? After watching, Feng Yuan was also furious. He stepped in front of Jin Fatso and slapped him in the face. Jin Fatso rolled out on the spot like a rubber ball, with a black nose and swollen eyes. But he didn't care about that. He quickly got up and knelt on the ground, saying, Grandfather, I was wrong, I won't do it again. Looking at Feng Yuan's angry appearance, Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but sneer. Anyone with half a brain knew that Jin Fatso was definitely wronged. Because with Jin Fatso's courage, if there was no one behind him, he wouldn't dare to make such a decision. And who else had the ability to support Jin Fatso? It was him, Feng Yuan. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Feng Yuan and asked, Feng Yuan, how do you think this matter should be handled? Feng Yuan looked at Shangguan Fenglan, then gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and shouted, Expel him from Jiutian Palace. That's too light. He's just a disciple, and yet he dared to do such a thing. What does he think of us, the hall masters and the great elders? Moreover, I don't think this matter is so simple. Shangguan Fenglan said, What do you mean? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. In the beginning, it was Feng Wenhai who framed Jiang Haoyan and the others, almost killing them. Then it was Jin Yunchang who deliberately arranged for Jiang Haoyan and the others to go to St. Peak, arousing the hatred of St. Peak disciples and almost killing them. And now, your grandson has also started to scheme against them. Feng Yuan, don't blame me for being suspicious, but who is behind these things? Shengguan Fenglan asked.